Hi everyone, and welcome to the Social Market Foundation Pension Conference. My name is Theo Bertram. I'm the Director of the Social Market Foundation. First of all, thank you to everyone in the room. We were really not sure how many people were going to turn up with the strikes, and so we are delighted to have a full room today, and thank you all for coming. And thank you to those people online. You'll be able to ask questions, and I have an iPad, we'll be able to take them when we go through to questions. We've got a great lineup today. We'll have, we've decided to dive into this session on pensions fairness. We will have then a session with Andrew Lewin, MP, on an idea called Citizens Advance, which he'll tell you more about, which is something that the SMF are working with him on. And then we will dive back into pensions and engagement, and finally we've got the Minister Torsten Bell, who will be here for the last session, and then there will be drinks. If you can sit through all of that, you will have earned a drink, and there'll be plenty of time for questions during the course of today. But to start off with, we're going to kick off with a panel on a question around fairness. So hopefully you can still hear me. And we've got a great lineup today. We have Susie Morrissey, who is the Deputy Director of the Pensions Policy Institute, and who is also leading the independent review for the government on the state pension age. We've got Will Sambrook, who is the Managing Director of Nest Insight, and also an expert on all things pensions, and has great insight, I know, from having seen him on many panels, so not to big you up too, Will, the pressure's on you today. And we also have our own John Astana Gibson, who has been doing our work as part of our Pensions Review Forum, looking at, in particular, self-employed pensions. So, Susie, if I can start with you, I guess the question as we look at the Pensions Commission coming is it the job of pensions? Is it something the Pensions Commission could do to address inequality, to address fairness?
Yeah, I mean, first question would be another question, wouldn't it? First answer would be another question. It would be fairness. Okay, so that's a beautifully undefined term. That means how many people are? We've got that many definitions, no doubt, of what exactly we mean by fairness. And then even if we could decide what we meant, then we would be starting to think about our kind of scope and pensions and the extent to which we would want to be addressing. Let's start to use a word like inequality, perhaps, which we might have come to in our discussions of what do we mean by fairness or lack thereof. To the extent to which the pension system reinforces existing inequities or inequalities, or can address and amend those, and how far that overlap should be. We love our we love pensions as concepts, but really, how much do we think that pensions and pension systems can do to change what you might consider societal ills or woes or inequities? And so, whilst we, and I do it myself, will wander quite quickly into larger issues. You know, such as housing, or there are any number of larger issues that we inevitably get to quite quickly when we're talking about pensions, particularly adequacy, the primary task of the Pensions Commission. We obviously start to get into these other areas, but of course at the same time we're pensions people. We do pensions. This is what we do, and there is of course some boundary within which we have to operate, that we can't fix everything. So that's a nice meandering. What is fairness?
There's a limit.
Where does that go? There is definitely a limit.
Will, is that how you see it? That there's only so much that we can try to fix with pensions?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And I guess to build with a couple of comments, the different countries use different components of their pension systems in different ways, but we have a very flat rate pay-as-you-go redistributive bit. It's kind of easier to fix inequalities in a tax-funded pay-as-you-go bit of the system, because that's kind of what those bits of the system do. And so if you look at systems like Social Security in the US, Social Security pays an income-related benefit in retirement that is skewed towards lower incomes, right? So it's actuarially a better deal for lower incomes for their payroll taxes than people on higher incomes. We don't have that. We deliver income replacement in our system through a private property-based private pensions system, and there are just some limits to how far you can avoid carrying over fundamental underlying income inequalities from the labour market into a private property-based private savings system. I don't think that means there's nothing that you can do, and so to reflect on in a couple of places, so firstly, some of those inequalities are simply designable out, arguably, but without wanting to sort of foreshadow the next set of comments. For example, the self-employed is just that we haven't found the mechanism yet that works like auto-enrollment works. Some of them are behavioural, so there's some evidence from sort of survey research that some communities, particularly, for example, British Pakistani communities, have a higher opt-out rate. That's likely, we think, to do with sort of certain religious product design parameters and perceptions of the suitability of the system for them. Those are probably fixable at a sort of behavioural and product design level. And then there might be some sort of marginal bits like rethinking how we credit periods out of work in private pensions, potentially exploring ideas like the joint ownership of pensions in the same way that we jointly own houses at a household level, in a couple level, that could help address some of these inequalities, but kind of fundamentally income inequality will find its way into a private pension saving system because it's all about smoothing your own income and consumption into the future, and if you have more income in working age, you have more income in total.
John, what do you think?
Yeah, I'd echo what Will and Susie laid out. I mean, it's not the job of, or not the role of pensions policy per se to fix societal inequalities when those inequalities kind of lie downstream from labour market inequalities. But that said, we should definitely be concerned with how the design of the pension system might exacerbate or create wholly new inequalities in society. And I think the self-employed case is highly instructive here. So the self-employed saving crisis, self-employed people are not saving nearly enough to give them an adequate retirement income. And if we look why that is, well, we can point to things like the volatile nature of self-employment, which can deter locking away savings in a liquid form, as with pensions. But ultimately, as Will said, it's the lack of auto-enrollment. It's the lack of the default effect, which is causing this problem. And so if the current design of the pension the pension system is letting down a group of workers, and if we look at the demographics of that group of workers, so particularly in low-paid self-employment kind of gig economy roles, we'll find higher concentrations, overrepresentations of the likes of Bangladeshi and Pakistani people from those backgrounds. So in that sense, the design of the pension system is reinforcing existing inequalities in society, and we should care about trying to address those.
Susie, I know you've done a lot of work on gender and the inequalities in the system for women. So even if we can't use the pension system to change the inequalities that are created over time, are there inequalities existent in the system itself that could be mitigated and that government and the Commission should be thinking about?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's probably just worth taking a moment to reflect before I answer the specific question. It's probably just worth taking a moment to step back and think about when we've put design pieces together, when we've designed the policies that are in place, in the particularly the AE policy that we go to and then we know has been really successful on many levels. There are inherent, of course, assumptions in the build-up there, and of course the self-employed are the key group that fall out of that. But the inherent assumption within, DC savings through that way is small contributions regularly over the life course build up. There's your pot at the end, and so of course self-employed are out of that in the beginning. And women, they join into that, but then they just don't stay. Their labour market participation is so lumpy. So, we did some work for International Women's Day this year, so to try and put a number on that, and we looked at women's labour market participation over the life course, adding up to being about 27% lower than men's on average, at which point, of course, DC pots are lower, so much lower that, because there's just so much less going in, Will's point from before. But these are just, design features. This is us assuming that's that relatively small amount, but regularly over and for a long period of time, and then if done at appropriate rates, you get to the right kind of answer that gives the retirement income that John was talking about as appropriate. But obviously, that's just not what happens on average for women. So, and it's a really difficult question to try and address when you're trying to reconcile the desire to have it's an individual system that we talked about. This is individual private property savings, to try and think about whether we're trying to address that on an individual level so that each woman actually has more. However, we're recognising, that in various different ways that are available, or whether you start to go to household type, lessons. All of the work that we've done in terms of women's equality has been around kind of increasing our own agency and, going back in time, property. And so the idea that the way to fix this gender gap is to combine. For some of us, it's going to feel a little, we're going to be a little unsure if that's in fact the way forward, is to be more financially tied to our other half. So it's an interesting type of question, and I think you'd have to look also at what currently happens within separation at the moment, and given those low levels, even if you do get financial advice, does it actually cover the pension? The amount of pensions that are included in financial settlements in divorce are really low at the moment. So even if we did that, then am I walking away with even less than I was going to? So, so I think there are some real, I think it's a perfect question to ask and to explore, but I think it leaves many of us with quite a few questions.
Will, you mentioned in international comparisons, and I know we've talked about the US. Are there ways that you see are there models or examples of things in other markets that you think are that could be things that we could import here to bring greater fairness or tackle some of the inequality in the system?
There's a couple of things I'd highlight. I can't claim to have loads of great kind of specific international examples, but one thing I would say is there's a sort of increasing understanding, I think, and I'm afraid the data point I have for this is an American one again, and I use America as an example already, but about the kind of ways in which people's household finances or personal finances are kind of integrated across different objectives and different patterns of behavior. And so a really good example of this is in the States, there was some work done that showed that African American workers working the same job on the same income as white counterparts and contributing the same to their pensions, on the whole had lower pensions balances, and that was because they were more likely to have taken hardship withdrawals, which you can do in the States, and that was in turn because they were less likely to have emergency savings at a household level to deal with hardship. Now, of course, in the UK, we don't have hardship withdrawals, but there are all sorts of other ways in which a lack of short-term financial resilience can undermine your ability to sort of be a good, sustainable pension saver. And so some of these inequalities play out in ways other than income and pension outcomes, they play out in other parts of the household balance sheet. So I'd sort of highlight that one. And then I think just picking up on some of what Susie said, I think there are a couple of things here that, either you look at other people's Pillar 1 systems or you look at ours, you recognise that we have decided certain behaviours in our system are worthy of treating as qualifying as income for the purposes of national insurance accrual, including caring for children up to a certain age. There isn't actually anything stopping us creating a financial contribution into the private pension system for the same set of behaviours. We just have to find the money from somewhere. And I'm not pretending that public spending capability grows on trees. You'd have to pay for it somehow, but it could be done. And I think that's perhaps a more appealing, more palatable version than sort of going backwards on sort of sharing assets and those kinds of things. And then the other thing that we looked at a few years ago is on how employer contributions are designed, because of course traditionally employer contributions just follow income. It's a match of, and if there's a discretionary additional thing over and above, it's usually just a straight, percent for percent match, which tends to mean it's higher earners in the firm who can accrue the additional contributions. Again, it would be possible to structure that in different ways so that more of the same amount of money being spent by an employer accrues to people's pension pots who are on lower incomes. One would be to simply match pound for pound the first £500 of contributions instead of treating it as a percentage of income. And that would, again, move around money to reflect different labour market patterns, which, as Susie rightly points out, are kind of fundamentally the thing that makes this really complicated. So I think kind of both in other parts of our own system and in the way other systems are designed, you can sort of see potentially quite powerful things that could be done. None of them is free, obviously. None of them is easy, but they do exist.
And John, do you want to talk a bit about the research you've been doing on self-employed and how can you address the fact that there's that great undersaving there? What are the things that you've been working on as recommendations?
Yeah. So in terms of, I'd break it down by the time frame we're talking about. In the short or immediate term, I mean, things like targeted support are going to be very helpful. Other things, I mean, let's look at why self-employed people don't save beyond the fact that there's no automatic enrolment. It's things I alluded to earlier, such as the insecure nature of work. So if you don't know that, if you don't have the kind of security that employees do about where next month's paycheck is going to come from, it's an understandable aversion to locking away your money. So I think sidecar savings, something that Nest has done actually a lot of really good work on, could be really, really helpful. So this is the idea that you have a kind of an emergency pot set at a defined threshold that your contributions will go into and fill up until it reaches that threshold. And once it's reached that threshold, it will be automatically diverted into your full-on pension scheme. Let's say you do have a disruption to your income and you do need to draw down. You can draw down from that, manage that, and then when you're in a place where you can contribute again, it'll fill up and the same process will occur. I think that will go a long way to removing the kind of self-employed specific barriers to saving. And I think that could be really good. But in the long term, ultimately, it's, in my view, you need to have an equivalent to what employees have with automatic enrolment, which is that kind of using inertia in your favor to encourage saving. And you could do that through like a form of automatic enrolment through self-assessment tax forms, which would be a positive step. We've recommended that there should be a form of active choice where on self-assessment tax forms, self-employed workers will have to choose, even if it's 0%, the contribution that they make into their pension schemes. And as I say, this will kind of just address that inertia, which is the big barrier to all people's savings. It's just employees have automatic enrolment in their favour.
So nudging them in towards saving, even if it's not enrolling in them automatically.
Exactly.
So I'll come back to the panel with one more question, and then I'll come to the audience. So do get your questions ready. Susie, if there was one thing, if you're in charge of the Pensions Commission and you can wave a magic wand and there is one thing that you would like to see in there, what would that be?
I think probably the quick win for women would be activating those AE changes that are sitting there. Now, I appreciate that's not for the Commission to do, it's more for the Minister, but nonetheless, that would perhaps nudging him towards doing that, I think would just be the thing that I would say that, we could bring in so many more women into that AE net really easily by doing that. So I think I'd probably push for that.
Will?
Yeah, so we had this discussion in the pre-meet, and I said, I really don't think they should do that, but I'll leave that as a breadcrumb for the Q&A in case anyone wants to go there and answer your actual questions. So I think, as will come as no great surprise to anyone who's followed our work, we were really pleased that when the then Secretary of State, Liz Kendall, was announced in the Commission, she said that one of the things it was going to look at was whether there is a role for innovations like sidecar savings. And I do think that's not to say that should definitely be in the set of recommendations, but I do think there's a really important question here about how we try to make sure that the system holistically serves the financial health of pension savers rather than just over-indexes on measuring the amount of money going into a pension and coming out of a pension, which obscures all sorts of other good and bad financial consequences. I think the fact they're looking at that and that they will bring a proper, robust sort of analytical eye to that question and how it could work is really positive.
So what's the case against what Susie's proposed?
So the 2017 AE recommendations, the age thing is fine. I'm very much comfortable that bringing down the age of auto-enrollment makes sense. But the counting contributions from the first pound of pay, so the person on whom that has the biggest relative impact on take-home pay is earning £10,001. It's the person who's just inside eligibility for AE. I don't think that's the person who should be setting aside more of their take-home pay right now into a pension. I think the person who should be setting aside more of their take-home pay into a pension right now is probably earning kind of £35,000 or £40,000 or more, not least because, for all the same reasons I've just been talking about, people earning at lower levels have a bunch of other quite urgent financial health needs and are already doing something towards their pension. It's perhaps actually other things that would be better for their sort of financial health in the round. And sort of fundamentally, if you bring it back to the kind of core point earlier on, like the fact that you can't fix input income inequalities in the private pension system, or can't fully fix them, I mean, part of that is because you can't realistically ask people on really low incomes to just save loads and loads of their money for 40 years from now. If you want to increase their retirement incomes, I think you probably need to find some money from somewhere else. And so it's not, like I'm super in favour of the principle behind the recommendations from the 2017 review. I just think they are badly targeted.
Okay, I'm interested to hear people's views on that. John, what's the one thing you'd like to see in there?
Yeah, you'll be unsurprised that it's to do with the self-employed. Do something along the lines of auto-enrollment, create that similar mechanism. And then, I mean, beyond that, in terms of that, I think, Theo, you and I have discussed this before about the timelines of the Pensions Commission. If we look at the previous, or the original commission, I think that was 2002 kicked off. 2019 was the last, when the final AE measures were introduced. Based on those timelines, it's not until the 2040s where we're seeing these reforms fully implemented. And I think at least seeing what the deadlines are for the Commission would be encouraging. I think I'd like to see, what's the timelines for progress?
Great. Questions from the audience? Yep, I'll take one here. Just wait for the microphone that's going to come back.
Thank you all for your really interesting contributions about this very challenging issue. I just want to start picking up what John said about the US Social Security system, which is particularly interesting, I think not just because of the point that it's actually skewed to low-income people in terms of the contributions, also because it has a much lower rate of years or months' work before you get it. It's actually been skewed again so that people who are in and out of the labor force pretty much still qualify. So almost everybody in the US qualifies. Where here, if you're not in the labor force for a certain amount of time, unless you get some of the extra childcare things, you're not in it. So I think that's an important feature. But I think the other thing in terms of its popularity is it was sold as a pension system, as something you put money in and you get something out. And in an odd way, in a broad sense, it does balance out, although these $4 trillion balances are not precisely what people are going to get. So I think structuring, it seems to me that as well as the lots of tweaks we might have to do to auto-enrollment in the private sector, I think it's probably worth thinking more seriously about the state pension and how that might be changed. Again, when we had private pensions, we abolished the sort of extra pension element through work. And I don't know, again, if that still might be something that would be more effective in the redistributive sense, if that could be tweaked more easily than telling some people that they will get twice as much as they put in from the employer, which logically is good, but politically might be tricky, both for employers and for the workers. I mean, the other thing I think is the whole question of decision-making and the tension between nudge or automatic systems and what people want to do or can do. And I think that's also problematic because of hyperbolic discounting. But I don't think we've thought enough about how we can encourage people in different ways, not exactly, as you say, if you're too poor to do it, but the bigger decisions that people at all stages are making, whether they're in their 50s and might find they don't have enough, or people who might want to take out their pensions at an early stage through this annuity or withdrawal system. And I think all of those elements really should be part of the review. I mean, in a sort of bigger sense, just as in a way the sort of the labor market implications of more women working and how much and how that could be equalized all will very much impact on that. So I just sort of putting it in, there's a broader remit, I think, than just what we do about the DB pensions here.
I think that's very interesting. I think that there's certainly an issue around people in their 50s who entered the workplace too late on the whole to get DB pension schemes, but not yet in auto-enrollment. And we're doing a piece of work particularly focused on that age group, and we're calling it pension shock because we think they're in for a very disappointing time at some point in the next 5, 10, 15 years, at which point they might discover. And I think that's a question of nudge or automatic is an interesting one. We have a system which has a mixture of both. I don't know whether the panel have views on also on that question around the contributory nature. And I have heard people in government talking about the idea that in principle, not just in the area of pensions, but in other areas, that one way of restoring the social contract is if people have a much stronger sense that you put something in and you get something out. And that idea that you used to have stamps in a book to show that you'd got your national insurance contributions, and how do you have that how do you bring that back, that sense of you're getting out what you put in, and is that something the government should move towards more? I don't know if the panels have thoughts on any of those elements.
I had completely forgotten about national insurance stamps. Thanks for that, Theo. I have no further comments other than that.
I mean, there's quite a lot there. I guess one thing I should say, my comment about US Social Security or Northern European sort of Pillar 1 systems is not that to say that they're better, because of course they generally trade off fiscal sustainability versus kind of adequacy of outcomes, right? I mean, the US Social Security system, as we all know, is technically going to be bankrupt in name the date, and many have tried and many have failed to fix that. Actually, the really interesting systems are ones like the Swedish one, where they've automated the fiscal sustainability of the system with this kind of complex underlying formula, the automatic balancing mechanism, which trades off returns on the pension versus retirement age. And is if you're a policy wonk, kind of brilliant. If you are trying to understand the system as a consumer, a disaster. So all these systems have their flaws, I guess, right? But it is just specifically about equality, easier to fix equality problems in tax-funded Pillar 1 planks than it is in privately funded Pillar 2 planks. And then the contributory principle thing, yeah, I mean, that's... I worked in DWP during the period of the first Pensions Commission, and at that point, trying to move towards more universality in Pillar 1 was viewed as critical precisely because of the equality challenges. And so, again, to some extent, form follows function. It depends which thing you're prioritising at a given moment in time, which bits of the system kind of look more appealing to play with. Fundamentally, you're right. Like, hopefully the Commission will do what the first Commission did and just view as much of the system in the round as they can, as it's possible to kind of wrap their collective heads around in the 12 to 18 months that they have, because the more they can do that, the fewer unintended consequences there will be.
I do have a more substantive comment after I've had a moment to think about it, which is that I think it's really important that we use defaults, because we've seen how difficult it is to get people to what we might call engaged, depending on where we work, or to have, depending on where we work, what we might call financial capability, because of course we have transferred this risk of saving for your retirement, or the substantive saving part onto the individuals, really without kind of bringing them along through, here's your training into financial capability, here's your understanding of compound interest, and, you know, kind of we haven't really done that. And so for me, the kind of it's like, okay, so we're going to default you into what we, and I inherently understand the paternalistic nature of this, but it's like we're going to default you into what we think will work, but crucially, there's always the out, which is incidentally why the auto-enrolment for women thing works, because they're crucially an out. So I think for me, that is the way that we would go, that we have to lean on this powerful mechanism that we have.
Can I just add one really quick thing on that?
Okay, very quick, and then I'm going to go to the next question.
So defaults are blunt but effective, and engagement is targeted but ineffective. So the hope, I guess, has to be that we can create more sophisticated defaults to, you know, as we get more data and more computing power and know more about people, then we should hopefully be able to get to targeted and effective.
Next question. I'll go here. Just here, yeah.
Hi, it's Anne Fairweather from Holgreaves Lansdowne. Just a question on the self-employed pensions. That's the policy question that's been knocking around forever. Nothing ever changes. So from a policy perspective, why hasn't HMRC changed its system? And from a behavioural perspective, is the pension the right product for the self-employed, or are they investing their money elsewhere for their retirement?
I'll speak to the second part of your question, which I don't think we should be agnostic on what's the best retirement savings vehicle for the self-employed. Pensions might not be the best for them, and I think, for example, LISAs, if you fix the problems in LISAs, of which there are many, I think they could be obviously a good tool. I can't speak to the first part of your question. I'll hand that to the others.
Yes, so our work, similar to John's, would definitely suggest that the right product answer for self-employed might be something other than completely a pension as we currently describe it, or think of it, for all the reasons that John's described, and the LISA has attractive components to it, and so perhaps products haven't been invented yet. You know, I'll be the person who says I'm not convinced that the HMRC solution is the right solution anyway, and some of the reasons for that are the ones they haven't done it yet, right? An annual calculation, part of the reason auto-enrollment works is it's little and often out of your pay packet. An annual calculation of a meaningful pension contribution on top of an annual tax payment is going to look salient enough to defeat the power of inertia, probably. Like if your form tells you, spits out, you should be putting an extra £1,000 in your pension, you're going, well, I don't have that, so I'm not going to do it. And as we shift towards more real-time reporting and calculation of tax and more digitization of tax, that situation might improve, but the roadmap to bringing everyone, including the lowest earning self-employed people, into making tax digital is so far out now that and that sort of has to be done first, I think, before the tax system can be a meaningful solution. So we've sort of tended to try, that's not to say it couldn't in the end, but I just don't think it's anywhere near being ready to be the system now. So we've sort of tended to try and think about where are the other universal touch points or near universal touch points where the self-employed's income happens. Some of that's about the banking system, potentially. Some of it's about how the platforms that the self-employed use to manage invoices and payments and those kinds of things. And there are places you could insert default splits in income in a more little and often way if we can figure out how to scale them.
Yep. Andrew? Just here.
Andy Harrop from Public First. An observation on the Susie versus Will argument. I mean, Susie, what you're describing really is to try and create a proportional system so that for each pound anyone rich or poor earns, that they contribute the same proportion. And through personal contributions, employer contributions, and the tax man, we skew towards the high earner. And that obviously exacerbates inequalities down the line in retirement. But on the other hand, Will, your sort of perspective is more of a life course perspective. We've got people in working age who are really, really struggling. Does it make sense for them to rationally to put some of their earnings forward when there's a pretty good state offer compared to the state offer in working age? So, there isn't a correct answer. I think it's a real tussle between those two equality principles. That wasn't my question. My question, though, is about health inequalities we haven't really talked about. Some people are going to die a lot earlier than others, and some people are going to get to a position they can't earn a lot earlier than others. This obviously, Susie, links to your work on the state pension age. How can we have a more calibrated offer so that we don't have those huge sort of unseen transfers between people fortunate enough to have very high life expectancy versus an expectation of below life expectancy?
Susie, do you want to just talk through where you are on the, what you can say on the review, and then we can answer that question if that's helpful.
Sure. So yeah, I'm wearing my PPI hat today. So what I'll tell you as a observer of the state pension age review process is that it has begun. We're undertaking stakeholder consultation. We've opened a call for evidence, and it's open until the 24th of October. And you're all welcome and invited to contribute through that process. It's on the DWP website. And we look forward to reporting next year and being part of the process of pensions review more broadly that's going on at the moment. And that is my SPAR answer.
Great. Well, I'm not going to press you on the review. I think this is an interesting question, and I think it's Denmark that has the highest state pension retirement age in Europe. And I also saw that's just their ratchet effect. And I also saw as part of that, there was a political discussion about the idea that could you allow people who've been in manual work not to have to rise at the same level, but how you implement that sort of differentiation seems to me incredibly, if not impossible, to do, and how you could have a state pension retirement age that changed according to that. I think it's quite hard to envisage how you do that. I mean, does that mean that everyone just goes and quickly does a manual job for sort of at some point, shortly before retirement, or is there so I think, but it clearly is an inequality, and then I think there's also a thing about, as there is all the way through the pension system, between those who are single and those who are couples, and how that can also exacerbate health inequalities as well.
Formally married and not as well, because there's inequalities in the treatment there. So,
I was going to say that so there's one really interesting idea that I've seen that I wonder, I can't say I've given it a huge amount of thought in a UK context, but in the States, right, so there's the claiming age for Social Security starts at 62, ends at 70, you get an actuarial reduction in the value if you take it before 65 or whatever the age is, and a boost if you take it later. One thing that some of the state-run auto-enrollment programs have started, who are focused on similar people to our auto-enrollment program, kind of low, moderate income workers, they've started to think about is, can you create products that take a modest amount of private pensions wealth and use it to enable people to take their Social Security entitlement as late as possible, whilst also exiting the labour market either transitionally or early? Now, if you think about it in the UK context, at least at the moment, the state pension, which is triple locked, but is likely to be indexed to some degree, it's an incredibly powerful, very large component of lower income people's retirement income, and it's indexed. It's actually kind of models where you say, well, maybe we should fix this with a product design solution that says to people, actually, it's perfectly reasonable to deplete some of your private pension savings to bridge the gap from when you need to leave the labour market to claiming the maximum possible state pension. If you defer your state pension here to 70, it's worth quite a lot of money as a monthly sum. I wonder whether there's something in that kind of space that would help. Because, James is over there and I'm sure has a view, because I've heard him express a view before. Like, the ideas like splitting the state pension age, I mean, they're theoretically possible, but they're really hard politically to sort of figure out how to make them work. So I just wonder whether there might be sort of innovations on the product side that could help.
Yeah, and in our next panel, we are going to talk a bit about an idea that we have that would involve individuals choosing to defer their own state pension age. But we will get into that next. There's a question there.
Thank you. Mary Dejevsky, I write a column for The Independent. One observation, you talked about maybe restoring a contributory principle, but a lot of today's pensioners actually believe that they have been paying into a contributory system, and they're absolutely incensed when the state pension is referred to as a benefit. And this recurs because it's classified as such in all the social security spending. On another tack, if you've covered this, I'm sorry. It doesn't seem to me that there is the slightest incentive whatever for somebody with a very low income and zero prospect of being able to save anything to contribute to a pension at all, because the pension credit system, which is means tested, what you get on full pension credit is almost it's very, very little short of what you get on a full state pension. So why would you contribute at all?
Thanks, and I think that's a really important observation in the way that we think about, there's a sort of cultural thinking about pensions, and I think that that's actually changing. I think for the new generation that have, I'm still of even though all my pension pots are DC, my concept of a pension still goes back to when I was first in work, and what I think of as the pension as somehow being a sort of pooled paternalistic endeavour, which it hasn't actually been in my lifetime, even though that's my imagination of what a pension is. But I think if you're working today, that isn't how you think about it at all. It's what you put into your pot. And so I think that perception is changing. But in the way that we talk about it in politics, when we talk about the welfare budget, at the moment there's a big discussion around the size of the DWP budget and how much money is spent there. And all the political focus is on the W bit, so at least sort of welfare rather than work, in fact, rather than pensions. When you hear people decrying that the ballooning costs of welfare, actually the ballooning costs are also pensions, but no political party says that they want to get that under control. And I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to ask the Minister when he is here later if he intends to get rid of the triple lock, and despite having advocated for that when he was running a think tank, I'm sure he will say that's not government policy now. So I think there is a sort of there is a problem in our politics, in our inability to think about that and to contest that perception in the public, because it's always been a myth, really. And what really happens is those who are in work are paying for those who are in pensions traditionally, but now actually we are moving to the system where it is a contribution, and that does have consequence. And then I think your question on what is this incentive to contribute for those on low incomes is really a critical question, and I'm interested in thoughts on all of those. Yeah.
Well, if I may, I just talk about pension credit. The cost of pension credit to the government is also enormous. So if we look at it, the incentive to the government to get people to save properly, like you can switch it around in that sense. I think. So.
I'm just looking at if we've got online questions, but I'll take another one in the room. Yes, sorry. Just wait for the microphone just for 1 second, sorry.
Okay, Bryn Davis. We really know how to organise an adequate retirement income, as Will has sort of indicated, a blend of a state tax-funded plus a saving pension on top. And it's really just a question of the rules and how you set it up. And I'll be explaining how to do that in my evidence to the Pensioners Commission. But the issue that I found most difficult and unclear about most is what you do about differences in housing cost, because you've got such a mix. You've got people who own the house outright, people still on a mortgage now increasingly, you've got people in social housing, you've got people in the private rental market. How do you achieve an income that provides equality between those very different groups?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. And when you look at the PLSA and those sort of, what do you need to meet adequacy, the first thing is, do you own your own home or are you renting? And I think that question of to what extent is the housing challenge we have a key to solving the challenge of pensions, and to what extent is this government making progress on the first if it wants to solve the second? I'm interested in thoughts on how you see that.
I mean, this is where we mentioned at the beginning about, you have to bring these bigger picture questions in because they're so relevant. But in terms of how I would think about that in terms of the system, how additional housing costs, extreme housing costs, are I would place them in the category of things that people require additional support for, in the same way that perhaps you might need additional support if you're given a higher level of disability, for example. And so that, because often these come up in conversation about, so where should you set pensions or working age benefits with respect to how these types of housing costs? And I think these things have to be at a flat level, and then they are topped up for specific additional needs. And so I think that's how the system needs to respond, so that it's on a individual basis where these things crop up, then there is additional support available, rather than trying, for example, to bring other things up to cover costs, because then they're coming up for everyone who may or may not need them. So I think it's an argument for kind of a level of a benefit, whether it's at working age or post SPA, and then with additional top-ups, largely housing.
Will?
So the first thing I'll say is we're doing some work at the moment on housing and pensions, so watch this space. We'll have more to say about it shortly. I guess a couple of other thoughts though. I mean, look, first and foremost, I think housing might be in the box of things the pension system can't solve at a reasonably fundamental level. I mean, really, people in older age need access to a robust, sustainable supply of affordable homes to either buy or rent in a predictable private rental market that's affordable, right? So there's a massive housing supply component to the question that you frame that is largely, other than an interesting question about whether pensions assets could help fund the building of affordable housing, there's largely outside the remit of the pension system to solve. But the other thing I'd just add is at a purely kind of economically rational level, people probably should prioritise trying to buy a house early on in their adult lives over retirement saving. Because if you have to rent in retirement, by one recent estimate, you have to have an extra £200,000 in your DC account to be confident that you're going to be able to afford that rent for the rest of your life, and that's a lot. Whereas if you can get on the housing ladder and drop those housing costs by the time you retire to closer to zero, that's an enormous thing. Now, there are lots of other reasons why that might not be the right answer for lots of people, and I'm not advocating that people should prioritise saving for a house over saving a pension. That's sort of part of the work that we're doing. But we do need to sort of figure out some way of helping people plot a path through that. If you're 20 and you've just started work and you're trying to work out how to manage your lifetime finances, figuring out what to do in that scenario is basically impossible.
Yeah, I think trying to work out whether you're better off if you've got a small amount of income after all of your costs to put into your pension or to put into saving for a house. But it may be that saving for a house is simply beyond reach anyway, and so the pension is your least worst option. John, any thoughts on?
No, not particularly, other than just to echo Will's comments that the pensions policy can't fix the fact that by retirement there is vastly different outcomes in the housing market.
I think we've got time for one last question. If not, I'll ask the panel just to sum up any last thoughts you want to share.
Last thoughts. So last gender thoughts would be.
I tell you, if Torsten's here later, what is the one question you would like to put him on the spot about? Maybe that's a difficult one for you. You're writing the review, but what's the one thing you'd like Torsten to be put on the spot about?
I'm just going to stick with my theme, despite my respectful conversation with my colleague. That if I got to ask him to do one thing, I'd say let's put those 8 changes through.
I mean, well, I'm sorry. No. That's a great debate. Like, there's lots of merit on both sides of that argument. I think. I'd be interested to know where he thinks the Commission should draw the boundary. Right. So we've talked about housing as its interactions with retirement. We've talked about kind of financial resilience and the interaction with retirement. We've talked about equality. I think the Commission has a really tough job, because I think the first Commission was asked a question about private pension saving and rightly reinterpreted it to be a question about the overall design of the retirement system. I think this Commission's been asked a set of questions, again, largely about private pension saving, and is going to have to judge how widely to reinterpret that question, both into other aspects of the pension system and into other questions about financial resilience and saving. And I think it's a really hard job. I'm interested to know where he would like them to go and where he's telling them to go. But I think that's the challenge the Commission's going to have, is figuring out where to draw that boundary without destabilising the really positive progress we've already made.
Timelines, again. Governments are elected to do things, not consult on things, and I appreciate that it takes time and it's difficult, but we want to see progress in where we're going.
Yeah, we've gone from a review to a commission. I think it has to be legislating after that. Yeah, I agree. Great. Well, please give a warm round of applause to our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your questions. Thank you. And we'll start the next panel in a moment.
Great, welcome back. We'll get started with the next session. So my name is Rebecca Montague. I'm the Research Director at the Social Market Foundation, and with me is Andrew Lewin. Andrew is the Labour MP for Welwyn Hatfield and has been since last summer. We're going to be discussing his idea for a citizens' advance, whereby the state pension could be made available to support people earlier on in life. Now, I'll let Andrew talk about that in much more detail shortly. But first, I wanted to start where we take a step back and actually go to what the issues were that you were looking at to start with to even consider the idea of a citizens' advance. So what's the problem that you want to have solved?
Well, thank you, Rebecca. First of all, thank you to everyone at the SMF for having me. It's a real privilege to be with you this afternoon. And I was just saying, this is great practice for conference season as we get back into the rhythm of fringes with party conferences coming up. But I mean, I'm really pleased to come and talk to you all about this idea, because I am biased, but I think it's got some real potential, and I'm looking forward to the conversation with all of you this afternoon. As you said, Rebecca, let's start at the beginning. What is the problem we are trying to solve? I start from the conviction that people's ability to shape their lives is being impacted to an ever greater extent by the wealth of their parents. And this has been something that we have grappled with as democracies for generations, but there is no doubt that the dial is shifting in favour of those who have wealth. And I mean wealth in terms of wealth transfers, both in respect of inheritance, but also in respect of intergenerational transfers, so parents or grandparents passing money down to people when they are still with us. The Bank of Mum and Dad gave £9.6 billion in gifts in 2024 last year to their children, or in some instances their grandchildren. That's up 71% on the prior 4 years. And the average gift is £55,000. That's the average gift. And my view was, we talk a lot about inheritance tax. We talk about, should we take away from people? And I think, to some extent, that is a political cul-de-sac. I'm happy to answer questions and talk about inheritance tax later, but I wanted to think about this in a new way. And that's why I came to the concept of the Citizens' Advance, because the principle behind it is simple. It's the idea that an individual can have access to money that they were already going to receive from the state, but to receive it much earlier in life at a time when it's going to really benefit them. And this is the idea in its simplest form. If you have worked for 10 years, so you have 10 years of national insurance contributions, I believe the state should give you a choice and say, you can retire at your current state pension age, which for me is 68, or you can be given a choice. You can take a lump sum of the value of 1 year of your state pension now, after 10 years of national insurance contributions, but the deal is you access your state pension a year later. And so we're going to talk about all the options about payback, and we'll get into the detail. But that's the concept. And the idea behind it is it means that people in their late 20s, their early 30s, the time when they are most likely thinking about starting a family or trying to get on the housing ladder or retraining, can have access to capital that they otherwise wouldn't. And I think if done right, it has the potential to be transformational to those people who have done everything right, but can't rely on the Bank of Mum and Dad as so many others can. So that's our starting point.
Great, and going back to that issue of intergenerational unfairness and how different that transfer of wealth is, what do you see are the societal impacts of those differences in terms of what people are receiving? What is that meaning for people's lives day to day? And how could this advance potentially help them with that?
I think it has an ever greater impact on the choices that you make as a young person. It could be fundamental to the career you choose, because you may graduate with significant debt, and if you're not in a position where you can expect any financial help from your parents, your first imperative might be, well, I need to earn as much money as I possibly can, and it might take you on a career trajectory that you perhaps don't particularly want to do, but you feel that you have to out of necessity. I'll give you one example. There's a real dearth of physics teachers at the moment, and one of the reasons for that is because physics graduates are exceptionally bright people, and they are in demand, and they are often in demand for people who work in asset management and in the city, and they have skills that are really valuable. And somebody like that who might have had their heart set on being a teacher but thinks, oh, my debt is £30,000, I grew up in the southeast and around London, I'd like to live here, and they look at their prospects of buying a home and thinking, well, I have absolutely no chance of doing that on a teacher's salary, so I'm going to make a very different choice about the career that I'm going to pursue. That's one example. But it affects the whole generation. We're just looking at some numbers this morning. The under 35s spend 62% of their income on average on the essentials. Right, so the under 35s, by and large, are just scraping by. The difference it makes if you are a 33-year-old and you're in a position where your parents can say, look, here's 40, 50,000 pounds towards a deposit versus somebody who can't access that, your life goes in a completely different direction. And there's a social element to it too. There's a book that I really recommend by Eliza Philby. She wrote this book, Inheritocracy, and it's not a sort of academic, number-heavy assessment of intergenerational inequality. It's just her own story, essentially, of graduating, living in London, scraping by, and all of a sudden noticing that many of her friends were able to get on the housing ladder and able to move out, and she was sort of trying to seek to understand why. And it says it often in a light-hearted way, when there's a really serious message about the sort of social awkwardness about, oh, how is it that you're able to put a deposit down on a home worth £500,000 even though we do the same job and live in the same flat? Because I know what you earn and it's the same as me, and it can have, you know, a really significant impact.
Great, and one of the things we were talking about in the last panel was that there's the big issue of whether or not you're ever able to get on the housing ladder as to the impact on how much you're able to afford to live with your own pension later on. So is that another thing that you've been thinking about, is how you can potentially help people get on the housing ladder earlier to benefit them later in life?
I'll say two things. First of all, this idea isn't just about giving people money to get on the housing ladder. What is really core to it is about giving people choice and agency to spend money which is ultimately going to be theirs. It's the advance payment in whatever way they like. And I should say that for some people, they may well make that choice. I want to take 6 months off work completely to be around my new family. I want to retrain, and perhaps that physics teacher that we talked about wants to go back into teaching. But understandably, I think the majority of people faced with this choice would think about it in terms of the ability to get an asset, the ability to get on the housing ladder. I am of the view that it is a good thing in a democracy that we spread asset wealth. It's good for the individual and it's good for society. And at the core of this proposal is a means to allow people a greater opportunity to do that. And it, you know, it's inextricably linked with the state pension, because that's the idea. But we are approaching a situation in society where, as home ownership have declined, there are people approaching retirement age, particularly in the next 5, 10, 15 years, who are very asset poor. And just relying on the state pension isn't going to get them through. And those people, you know, we need to spot this problem, this pattern earlier, and give people the opportunity, if they can, to get assets. Because if they have assets at a young and middle age, that sets people up in a puts them in a far stronger position for their retirement.
So we've talked about some of the reasons to want to do the Citizens Advance. What I want to take us onto next are some of the potential challenges or the features of the policy design. Now, I should say here that the Social Market Foundation are doing some work at the moment to actually look at the details of this. So Andrew does have the perfect get out of jail free card of saying the SMF's work will help to answer some of those questions. But as far as we can talk at this point about some of those challenges and the policy detail. So in terms of thinking about, you take out this money, what happens if 10 years later you're in a much better financial position and you think, actually, I'd prefer to be able to retire a year earlier? Are you thinking there might be an option to be able to pay back?
Actively exploring that. And when I came to the SMF with the original concept, that was one of the first conversations we had, that should this be a zero-sum game, that, you know, once you've taken the money, then you're locked in and that's it. You can't access the state pension until a year later. And although as a concept, I think that's important so it's something that's easy to explain, I am very open to the idea of paying back, and that we have an established system in this country with graduates in the student loan book that would have a lot of parallels. And again, if we walk it through, if you've taken this money as a 32-year-old, you've used it to get on the housing ladder, you happen to have a family, you fast forward 16 years, you're in a financially much more stable position, but you're thinking, yeah, I would still quite like to retire at 67, not 68, then paying back in monthly installments is something, that I think is perfectly reasonable and I think enhances the policy, but also it is good for the individual to feel that they still have that control. And because this is all about agency and individual control, and that is at the heart of the idea. That's why we're calling it an advance. It's an advance on money that you're always going to get, and if you are then in a position that you want to pay it back, then I think people should be able to.
And another question that I know you've had come up on this proposal before is whether or not the amount that young people would be able to access is actually enough for the kind of things that they'd want to pay for. So can you tell us a bit about how much would they get today if this was implemented, and what is your view on the sufficiency?
Yes, so even on Blue Sky, which is the friendliest social media, I've had people say, 12,000, does he know what house price is in London, the South East? I can assure you I do, from personal experience and sitting on the Housing and Local Government Select Committee. So I start with saying this is not a panacea. I am not going to pretend that it is, but I believe it has a significant part to play in rebuilding, sort of the dream of a home-owning democracy. What I would say is a couple of things. First of all, low-cost home ownership is only going to work if we're building enough homes. So, I stand here as a Labour MP, very pleased to stand on a manifesto committed to 1.5 million homes. That has to happen. We have to have adequate supply. We also have to look at other products for low-cost home ownership. So, personally, I got on the housing ladder via shared ownership. And that is a model which I know is not universally popular, but I was fortunate that it worked for me. I was in a situation where I was on a good salary in my early 20s, and I got some help from my parents. I'm not going to pretend to be anything other than a middle-class young man from Hertfordshire. Well, maybe not young, but I still, I didn't have parents who were able to give me 50, 60,000 pounds. Shared ownership, for those who aren't familiar, means that you buy a share of the property. So you buy a 25% share from a housing association, you rent 75%, and it means the deposit is dramatically lower. Those kind of models have a part to play. And if you played in a citizen's advance to somebody looking at shared ownership, actually a deposit for a shared ownership flat, even in parts of London on a 25% share, is only around 12,500, 15,000 pounds. And just to be clear, the current annual value of the state pension, so what people would be receiving if they opted in for the citizens' advance, would be 11,900 and a bit pounds. Of course, it's also the case that lots of people, look to buy when they are in a couple. So you put it together, if two people did it at the same time, 25,000 pounds, that is significant. And I suspect if this were to fly, it would be most popular outside of London and the South East, because we have a completely different housing market in large parts of the country where a deposit of 12,000 or a little bit more might get you into outright ownership. So I think it's a substantial amount of money that could make a difference to people in lots of different contexts.
And would you want to see any restrictions on the use of this money? So just thinking someone in their late 20s gets access to this. I'm sure you get at least one Daily Mail article, which is how they've ended up using it on a mega night out somewhere. Don't know how you'd manage to spend that much money, but what are your views in terms of any potential restrictions?
Yeah, the Telegraph tried within one day of me writing the article of Labour List about which. So yeah, I think I have a strong view on this, that we shouldn't be too paternalistic about it, and that people should be trusted to have agency to make their own decisions. Couple of reasons why. First of all, I think it's really important that we have a qualifying period. So this 10 years of national insurance contributions before you're eligible for the citizens' advance. And part of the reason that came to me is that a few years ago the Resolution Foundation were looking at the same problems as lots of people have, and they talked about giving everyone age 30 £10,000 irrespective of contribution, what they've done before, just a flat rate. My own view is that politically that would not fly, and that there has to be evidence of you've made a contribution, now you're in a position to make an informed choice. It's also the case that if you are one of those people who's fortunate enough to benefit from the bank of mum and dad, whether it's from a significant amount of money or whether it's just from the security that comes from knowing that your parents are able to financially support you. You make different life choices anyway. I'll give you an example. You know, there are not many working class kids who go through university and then go straight into a gap year. You know, let's be honest, it is the preserve of people who think, okay, they might have worked, you know, all credit to them, 4, 5, 6 months to make some of their own savings, but they know when they get home, they can stay with mum and dad for another 2 years, rebuild their savings. And we don't say to those people, oh, how bad is it? What a waste it is that your parents gave you money, who gave you that confidence. So I think everybody else should have that right to make an informed choice about what they do with the money.
And you've talked a bit there about the political realities of this. What is your sense in terms of costs? And I will say that the SMF's work will be looking at this as well, but just as a general sense to start. And also the chance of being able to have this implemented by government.
Yes, I'm relying on the SMF to make this as compelling as possible for the Treasury. Look, there's a serious point here that the concept is that this is cost neutral. As I've said, this is bringing forward money that you would be receiving from the state anyway. The reality, of course, is that that's not how government works. You don't have, my state pension isn't sitting in some reserve somewhere for when I turn 67, 68. It's done on the tax take of the time. So if a citizen's advance was to be introduced, it would result in the government, the Treasury, having to bring forward money, and potentially a quite substantial amount of money. I think one of the challenges we have, and it's really important in this piece of work, is to model different scenarios. You know, a small or medium-sized pilot, or restricting it to people who are under 40, or restricting it to people, in the first instance this is, who perhaps aren't on the housing ladder, because there is going to be an argument that I think is winnable, that this should be universal and that this should be something that everyone can enjoy. But I am aware that Treasury mind will be, well, what's the upfront cost to us here? In terms of, is it politically winnable? Look, I hope so, but I have a lot of work to do, and this is perhaps my first test to see at the end of the day whether people in this room want to go out and help support it and champion it. But I sincerely believe that over the course of this Parliament, and certainly at the next election, it's really important for my party that we have a compelling offer for young professionals who have been hit hard by the cost of living, many of whom who sort of propelled people like me to victory in seats that have historically been conservative, and speaks to our values about extending opportunity for all. I think if we get this right, it can tick all of those boxes, but I'm under no illusions it's a big ask.
So we've covered a lot of ground there, and I will open it out to the audience shortly, but I just wanted to give you a final chance to make any other points that you want to make sure people know about this idea, or if you want to head off anything that you think they might be about to ask you before they get the chance.
Oh no, fire away with the questions. I think we've had a really good conversation. I've enjoyed it. We've explored it in detail, and I really want to know what all of you think. So let's go for it.
Great. So we'll start off with any questions in the room. Yes, the woman just there.
Thanks very much. John Corlow, Open University. It's such a nice scheme, but I do really sympathise with the, you know, whether government or Treasury would accept it, because I'm put in mind of when the pension freedoms were introduced, and of course members of public sector schemes were told, no, you can't transfer your DB pot to a DC scheme in order to access the freedoms, because of that worry to the states about crystallising a bill to the state. But kind of setting that aside, isn't there a risk that this would just be another push to house prices going up, unless there's also some supply side policy? And how would you address that?
Great, and we'll take a couple at once, so if you still have a question. Yep.
Thank you. Joe Dabrowski, Pensions UK. I was going to ask the same question, but the follow-up question was, I think to build a new house costs about £100,000. Might not that be a more effective way of spending the Treasury money, given you could have a multiple occupancy place for similar spend?
So 2 questions on housing there. The first is, could you risk pushing up housing prices? And the second being, would it be a better use of money to directly build the houses with some of this money from Treasury?
The really important questions. I'll start with sort of reaffirming what I said earlier, is that I sit on the Housing and Local Government Select Committee. I worked for a housing association for 7 years. That was my job immediately before having the privilege of being elected. I understand the imperative to build homes of all tenures, particularly affordable and social housing. So that stands alone as being, you know, a priority of this government and something that we have to deliver on. But I do think this can be done in combination, specifically on the house prices. I think the SMF are going to try and model this as best they can. But when I reflect on it, I talked at the start about some of the statistics about how much the average gift from the bank of mum and dad is, and it's £55,000 now. And you wind back 10 years, and it would have been don't quote me on this, but it would have been more like half that figure. So there has been inflation in terms of what parents or grandparents are giving to their kids anyway. So because that is already happening, I don't believe, but it has to be modelled and taken seriously, that giving £12,000 to people who don't have access to that saving would have a different impact to the bank of mum and dad upping their gift from £40,000 to £55,000. We need to look into that, but this is about broadening the pool and giving a wider group of people the opportunity to benefit. Also, they'll be potentially competing in a different space. I talked about shared ownership, perhaps in the south of England, in the north of England. You know, people could get on the private market potentially just with the Citizens Advance. So we'd have to look at the dynamics about how it works differently across the country. And the second question was it, you said that's £100,000 it costs to build a home?
Yeah. The question of if it would be better to spend the money on that instead of actually spending it on giving the money to people directly.
Sure. I think I completely understand where you're coming from, and sadly I think it costs a bit more than that. When I was in social housing, if we're talking London, the subsidy needed to build a home for social rent was about 150, 160,000, maybe even £200,000 per home. But one of the reasons why 1.5 million homes is a big, ambitious, stretching target is because we have skills challenges. You know, it is not simply the case that putting even more Treasury money into the building of homes will solve the problem. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for it. The Affordable Homes Programme, we've boosted up to 39 billion. It's 60% more than what the last government did. There's really significant radical action going on there. But I think that has to be done in combination with other things. It's also the case that the private house building market over decades has been relatively stable in terms of their output, in that they have historically built around 150 to 200,000 homes a year, dipping in when it's tough economically, going up a bit when it's better. I don't see any reason that would change. The route to getting up to £300,000 a year is the social and affordable that comes on top, which we've already put as a government quite a lot of money in. So I don't think it's solely the answer to put money into housing, even though it's a big part of it, and we need a wider offer.
For those who are watching online, please do pop in your questions as well, but just coming into the room.
Thanks. Will Sambrook from Nest Insights. So, Andrew, we've chatted about this a bit before, and I should start by saying I think your analysis of the problem is tremendous, and your desire to find a solution is highly commendable. So kind of rooting for this or something like it to work. But I do think there are some sort of challenges with it. And in the last panel, one of the things we were talking about was how the private pension system is based on sort of private property rights. You own the money in your private pension account, but the state pension isn't. It's a benefit. And I sort of wonder about the moral hazard of, I take £10,000 now, and then a future government changes the state pension age, or changes the accrual, the indexation rate, or changes the level, and sort of retrospectively renders it either a tremendous deal or, more worryingly, a terrible deal. If I feel like I sold a state pension age of 67 to buy a state pension age of 68, and then actually someone tells me it's 70 and the benefit's worth a different amount, how does the kind of moral hazard of that play out, and what does the sort of public consent around the idea then do? And it sort of leads me to a question which we did discuss previously, which is, I am not personally advocating that we let people take £10,000 out of their private pension accounts, but if we were going to do one or the other, if we were going to say you're allowed to borrow £10,000 off your retired self, might it not be cleaner and simpler to do it in the now nearly universal private pension saving system, which is privately property rights based, than in the state pension system, which isn't?
Okay, we'll take another question. Yes? One sec, just wait for the mic, sorry.
Hi. Again, very interesting proposal. A couple of things that concern me about it. One is, you start by saying we want to equalize the distribution of wealth. But if you're not putting any restrictions on the use of the money, you're not necessarily equalizing assets, because some people will actually use the asset for current spending. Some might put it aside to save, or in a pension, or put it in a house. So I think it's, it doesn't necessarily accomplish that objective, depending on the decisions people make. I mean, the other thing that I'm not clear about, again, is whether this is really not just going to push up house prices more. Some people mentioned this, but because in some ways, if you are someone who has the bank of mom and dad, doesn't this just say, well, now I can spend $60,000 deposit and get a bigger house than $50,000? If you're not restricting it, that is, to people who actually might need it. I mean, there's a trade-off between what's popular and some of the economic consequences of that. I'm just wondering how you would address that question.
Thanks. We had the first question on the issue of the moral hazard and whether or not it might be better to do this through private pensions. And then the last one, this question of, could it end up actually deepening some of those inequalities from people saving it, putting into their pensions, and potentially upping house prices?
Yeah, plenty there. Thank you. I'm going to start and do these in reverse. So on house prices again, I've made my sort of central point. I guess the other observation is there are other things that affect house prices, not least interest rates. And at the moment we've seen relative stalling of house prices over the last 2-3 years. That's not because we've had significant change in supply and demand. It's because of where the interest rate picture is. So I think when we assess what single lever changes house prices, we have to look at broader things. And one of the realities of the last parliament is that we had very low interest rates coupled with lack of supply. That's a whole other debate, but I think it's worth mentioning. It's a good challenge about, you said, are we really equalizing wealth if we're also giving people the freedom to use the money how they choose? I think this alone won't equalize wealth, right? Giving somebody £12,000 doesn't make up for the fact that there are parents who are giving 55,000, in extreme circumstances 100,000. But it does give people an opportunity to start to build wealth and assets that they simply otherwise wouldn't have, and that's what I think is attractive about it, and that's my starting point. And if people want to make a decision, which could be a very good and the right decision for them, and I'd say this as a parent, saying, actually, look, I'm just going to use this £12,000 to get through might be the appropriate term, 6 months of my first baby, and because that's so important to me to stay at home, then absolutely they make that choice that's right for them. My hunch is most people would put it in housing or other assets, but we don't know, and we're going to focus group and try and explore some of the options that people would make. Will, thank you for your kind comments, by the way. I really appreciate it. On the private pensions, you know more about this than I do. I guess my starting point would be the same people that I'm worried about who have struggled to not been able to build asset wealth because they don't benefit from intergenerational transfer, have probably not put as much in their private pension either. And therefore, I'm attracted to using the state pension because that's on the same footing for everybody. Because if you're putting minimum into auto-enrollment, you're not building up those assets. The moral hazard is a really good question. And I feel as a politician, and I'm very much learning as an MP only, a bit over a year in, that I think you need policies for the here and now. You can never be absolutely certain of where the future is. It could well be that this policy doesn't materialise, but the state pension age changes anyway. And we might be in a scenario in 5 years' time, I hope not, but we're talking about a state pension age of 70, regardless of this policy. And my hunch about people is, as long as it's clearly communicated, and that's really important, and there's probably there is a discussion to have as we develop this idea about what kind of advice people get, where it's really clear you are making this choice at this moment in time, then my sort of small L liberal instincts say I'm going to trust the individual to make that choice, even though we accept that there is always uncertainty about what future governments might do.
I just want to ask, because my thought hearing these two questions together is that, yes, communicate very clearly what you're actually offering to people, but also the very fact that there is that element of uncertainty, to me, might help in part to deal with the other question of, would people do it just to put it in their own private savings or their own pension? I wondered if you had any thoughts on that, bringing the two together.
They may well do that, and if you put £12,000 in a private pension, it's going to be worth a significant amount 30 years on. So that's part of the reason why I'm resistant to the idea that we should say to people it is only for X or Y, because people will make different and informed choices, and one of the potential outcomes is it might change the relationship that people have with a private pension. They might say, I'm actually going to put half of this money in a private pension. I'm going to start to think about that more seriously. So there are lots of options with it.
Right, we'll take another round of questions. Yes.
Do you think there may be an issue if people actually, rather than using the money for homes or putting into their pension, use the money for operations, so like back, knee, things like that? Would there be an issue there? If people are kind of saying, well, we can't rely on the NHS now, I'm going to go private for this operation.
Any other questions? Yes. Oh, no, sorry. We'll go to this person who hasn't asked at the back.
Thank you. Jake Hatfield from Fairfield Finance. It's another housing one. I think it's something like 40% of the houses that were bought under the Right to Buy scheme are now on the private rented market. So I'm not sure I've got a question or whether something to kind of put in the mix about what the restriction should be, because there is a danger there that it could be used opportunistically by people to buy housing to then rent out and then stifle supply.
Okay, so two questions there. Might people use it for other things we haven't discussed yet, like potentially private operations, and also the question on what we can learn from Right to Buy?
Right to Buy is a whole other story, but it's this really important question. I think the data will show that for most people around the age that we're talking about, let's say 28 to 35 bracket, the barrier to home ownership is the deposit, not what they earn. And people get into real trouble when they stretch themselves on a mortgage and it's 4.5, 5 times or 6 times, and then things can potentially get more dangerous. So I'm less worried about the sort of affordability and people defaulting on it, because there are lots of instances out there actually where people pay more, particularly in London and the southeast, in rent than they would pay in a mortgage if they've been able to get that deposit. And I'm pro home ownership and stability because I think it's good for communities, and I'm pro social housing and stability and it's good for communities. And there's a bigger argument about, has the private renter sector got too big out of necessity? But that's my view on that one. On the NHS, it's an interesting question. I mean, I really hope not. I hope that there aren't lots of people in their 30s who are so desperate for NHS care that they use this money in that way. Look, it speaks to a bigger challenge as a country that we have to fix the National Health Service. It is an astute point, because I was reading the other day that there was a growing trend of younger people opting into private health insurance, paying more for it. alarming because it tells a story about where the NHS is, but also does it undermine the confidence in the model of the National Health Service? So I think two answers. We must fix the National Health Service, but specifically for this policy, I would be slightly less worried, because as a rule, thankfully most people in their late 20s, late 30s are less likely to need that kind of additional care, even though in some cases they do.
And we'll take a final set of questions. So this one here.
Thank you. Mary Dejevsky, The Independent. I wonder whether this whole business of the bank of mum and dad, I understand that it's, it has multiplied in recent years, but I wonder how big it really is and how far it's actually been distorted by the fact that if you look around this audience, if you look around the sort of the sort of age of politicians and the sort of southeast orientation, that it's actually something which is relatively small. It seems to me that a bigger source of inequality, especially in retirement, is the disparity between public sector and private sector pensions. That is enormous, and that affects many, many more people, I think, than the bank of mum and dad.
And we'll take another question. We'll let you have two, given no one else is asking one.
That's very kind, and it's a tribute to how interesting the idea is that I'm sort of bubbling over with things I'd like to ask you, really. I wondered if you had considered the scheme being open to older people to defer their pension 1 year on condition that the money was a gift to their children, so really replicating this bank of mum and dad. It would seem to me to have some advantages in that the older person is in a position to know more about their likely retirement circumstances, so there's kind of less risk in making that decision to defer their retirement 1 year. But probably you would want the condition that the money then went to either their children or grandchildren.
So I can't spot any questions online, so apologies if any of you did have burning questions. So just as these final two, is the bank of mum and dad perhaps really as bad as people are saying? And that versus the issue of private versus public pensions. And also on the second question, I don't think we did actually discuss if you think there's an upper limit as to the point at which people should be able to access this and delay their retirement age. So that question on whether or not older people could also potentially use this.
It's a really interesting question. I'll be honest, I've started through the frame of thinking about this for people aged 28 to 40. And if we're in a position where this is something the Treasury buys into, we can win the political argument, that's the group I'm going to focus on first. It doesn't mean, if we can prove this concept and it works, that it's off the table that we can look at it for older groups as well. I think my immediate reaction is tough to do that, because if you don't happen to have children, then you're not entitled to it. Like, there is extra complexity there in terms of you can only access it if you promise to give it to your children. But it doesn't mean that for over 40s we couldn't explore it in the future. And people get to different stages in their lives, and people are having families and having children at a later age. So it's something that I wouldn't close down, but I'll be honest with you about where my sort of priority is for now. Is the bank of mum and dad such a big issue? I think, Rebecca, you used the word problem, not intentionally, I'm sure, but it's not a problem, because every parent wants the best for their child. And I think it is a problem politically for people like me on the centre-left to be seen to be going after mum and dad, who all they want is the best for their children. And that was, as I said at the start, part of the impulse for why I wanted to think about this differently instead of just having a debate about tax. But I do think it is a big issue. I've done quite well not looking at my notes, but this one, in terms of the impact. So the wealth gap between the oldest and youngest age groups has increased by about 43% in 6 years. And we're looking at the difference between 100,000, so the average wealth being £200,000, now £300,000. There's some stats on if you're in the wealthiest decile or top 20%, that your net wealth is about 800,000, and it's less than 100,000 in the lowest percentage. So I do think it's a significant issue. I do think it's concentrated in London, the southeast, and some of our cities where house prices are highest, because it plays out in that way, that it's the biggest barrier. But the trend as well is why I think we need to have a discussion about this now, because the generation that is about to inherit is going to inherit more than any generation previously, and therefore that continues then to amplify this as a policy challenge. So I do think it's important. It doesn't mean for a minute that I don't think disparities in pensions, in earnings matter as well, in geography, but I think this is something that we need to talk about, and I'm really pleased, I have to say, that I've had the opportunity to talk to all of you about it this afternoon, and really grateful for all your questions and interest.
Thank you so much for all of that. And I just want to give you a final chance to say what you want the audience to go away with in terms of this policy proposal, your case for it, your thoughts going forward.
Stay in touch with the Social Market Foundation and all of the great work that is coming up on this. If you are interested, I have a website where you can sign up and express interest. Talk to people about it. I mean it. I'm keen for reactions from people wherever they live, whatever their age. If this is going to succeed, I have to make a political argument, and I have to demonstrate that there's interest and broad support for it. But I mean it. I really enjoyed the conversation. I know you've got the main event, Torsten, coming up later. You're welcome to say to Torsten that his Labour colleague has an interesting idea in the Q&A later as well. But thank you again for having me.
Great. Thank you so much to Andrew. And I think you have to run back to Parliament, right? But please do come to any of us at the SMF if you have any thoughts about this, and we can pass them on to Andrew as well. Great. Thanks.
We'll just take a break for 15 minutes and then we'll be back, so you can...
Thank you so much.
Hello. Here I am. Hello, everyone. I hope you had some great snacks or tea and biscuits. I hear that the juice is coming out in the next round of refreshments, followed by the alcohol in the one after that. So we're having a real escalation policy in SMF snackage today. A bit of housekeeping. There are no fire alarms or anything like that planned today. If such a thing happens, then there's a green arrow there. There's a green arrow there. Depart to the street, and apparently we're mustering by a giant statue, which I guess there's a few of around here, but I assume it's the closest one of those. So this panel is on engagement and on the question of are Brits pension ready? And this is one of those policy challenges where I feel like I am not doing it right myself, which is, it sort of makes me extra keen to sort of discuss these topics and delve into these policy challenges. So things like pension freedoms and DC pensions means that Brits are sort of increasingly expected to sort of do their own legwork when it comes to sort of preparing for their own retirements and making those decisions, but are citizens sort of knowledgeable enough or skilled enough to do that well? As retirement gets closer, there are services in place. People do start engaging a bit more, and there's things like PensionWise, which are very successful in engaging people at that stage in life. But what about earlier in their careers? And so this project, kindly sponsored by M&G, like this panel, is looking at some ideas around how to sort of solve that. I mean, this is one of those sort of policy sort of boulders being rolled up hills. Sort of driving engagement amongst sort of the young and their pensions is a challenge, and we're looking sort of at that and some other issues on this topic. We've got a great number of speakers on the panel here to talk about that. So from M&G, Matthew McNally, who's Head of Strategic Change at the Investment Office there. Joe Dabrowski, Deputy Director of Policy and Regulation at Pensions UK. Jackie Spencer, Head of Money and Pensions Policy and Strategy at the Money and Pensions Service, or MAPS. Gideon Salutin from our very own Social Market Foundation, a senior researcher there, and I'm the Deputy Research Director and Director of Development at SMF too. So as we go into this, Matthew, perhaps it'd be great to start off with you and sort of hear about why M&G care about this and sort of what drove you to support this work.
Sure, happy to, and thank you, and afternoon, everyone. I mean, I guess it starts for us. We as a business want everyone to get the best from their pensions, from their retirement, and I think it's obviously no secret there are huge numbers that are under saving. So recent DWP analysis shows it's millions, potentially tens of millions that are under saving. Depending on how you measure it, depending on your assumptions, etc., which we won't dive into immediately, but lots of detail to think about there. We also know people are not inspired by their pensions. The way that people think about their pensions is it's an outdated view. Effectively, I get to the end of my working life, I put my feet up, and really what our research has shown is that isn't what's inspiring people. People are not inspired to be engaged by their pensions.
The mic's picking you up. Maybe move the mic a bit closer.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now? There we are. Sorry about that. So really what I was saying, research shows the way that people think about pensions currently, that it's an end point where they put their feet up, which is not inspiring to them, is really driving a lack of engagement in pensions. Our research also found really great examples of people that are retired, that are enjoying their retirement and are showing how it can be. So, for example, we had a musician carries on gigging because they want to, also runs an Airbnb business, enjoys travelling. So that's a really much more inspiring view of the future of what retirement can be. So if we see retirement as a positive change, it becomes something that's worth saving and planning for, and that's kind of the first step, really, as we see, of driving customer engagement. I think then coming more to the pensions check-up, if people are engaged with their pensions, that's a great first step. But what then a lot of people don't then know is kind of where they are, what do they do, what does optionality mean for them? So we kind of give the example of a pensions check-up as being similar to a health checkup. So people from birth go to their GP. It's a routine part of life to do. When it comes to pension planning, that's just simply not part of the conversation. People are disengaged. They're not necessarily engaged, but even if they are engaged, they don't know where they are with things. And the risk, particularly for younger pension savers, is that level of disengagement means that when they do become engaged later on, it's kind of too little too late. So we know £1 saved in your 20s is worth more than one in your 30s by the time you get to retirement. So, I mean, ultimately, we know that kind of our research has shown quite clearly that having people that are more engaged and better informed can lead them to make changes. So is that making more contributions? Is that thinking more about their risk appetite and so on? There's lots of ways that people can improve their pensions outcomes, and we think a dashboard, pensions health check, is a really important way that could be taken forward.
Great, thanks Matthew. And so yes, this pension health check is this project that we're looking at, pension financial health. Gideon, why don't you tell us a bit more about it?
Sure. So this builds on pre-existing ideas of what a pension health check is. At its heart, a pension health check would just look at a person's overall finances, especially their pension, and be able to give them some guidance or advice depending on the circumstances. When we do that and where we do that matters quite a bit. The version that we are looking at would look at people who are transitioning jobs. Let's say you have a new job, you get a new information pack, new benefits. As part of that, you would be set up with an appointment with some sort of expert. They might be giving guidance, they might be giving advice, but they would be able to go over your financial situation with you, especially with regards to your pension. That would allow someone across the age spectrum, let's say they're 22 and worried about student loans, maybe worried about investments, could even be thinking about a mortgage at some point. Someone in their 30s actually looking at those options more clearly, as well as we go up the age spectrum, as people start to care about their pensions more and more, ideally getting them to predict that earlier and earlier and showing them the consequences if they don't. So previous M&G research that we've leaned on has shown that the public are very open to this, but there's 4 key areas that they really care about. They want it to be optional. They don't want it to be mandatory. They want it to be led by experts. They want it to be completely impartial, and they want it to be free. Provided those 4, they're very happy with what the government provides. Our goal is to meet the public where they are. We think those are pretty reasonable. And look at what services are already available, how would something like a pension check differ, and how can we operationalize that? Who would be leading that discussion? As Jamie said, this covers a lot of problems related to engagement. It also covers pension health. So with engagement, I know I'm speaking to a room who hears scary numbers constantly, but over half of people don't know even how much their employer contributes to their pension. They understand the basics, like if they contribute more, their employer might, but that's where most people level out. Only 20% have seriously considered how much they should be contributing to their pension. In terms of health, this has really scary consequences. Currently, 45% of the UK population aren't saving at all for their pension. 40% are on track for inadequate incomes by some counts. And this later affects them both in accumulation and drawdown, right? If someone who does not have financial advice is given a choice about how they want to draw down their pension, they may make the wrong decision. They may not take all factors into account. The earlier panel also alluded to the fiscal impacts of this, which I won't go too far into. Suffice to say, we are looking at both a social crisis as well as a fiscal one. That pension health check can be very useful. Pension-wise, which I'm sure Jackie will talk about later, is really helpful when it comes to engagement. 94% of people end up feeling satisfied with the appointment, 93% feel informed, and that's compared to about 36% who don't get these appointments. The same was found in DWP's pilots for something like this, which they call a midlife MOT. It's less clear when it comes to improving health from someone's pension. Someone might hear that their pension is doing poorly, that they need to make a change. It doesn't mean they're going to operationalize it. I spoke to an expert yesterday who called this the say-do problem, as in they can be told the right advice, they can say they're going to do it. It does not mean that they're going to make it over to a bank, to their employer, to their pension provider, and actually make that change. So those are the 2 elements that we'll be looking at in particular in the project, and excited to talk about it more today.
Great, thanks, Gideon. Jackie had a great trailer for the pension-wise from Gideon. It'd be great to hear a bit about what support's out there, how that works, and what are the challenges to kind of getting people to engage.
Yeah, that is kind of one of the things we spend a lot of time thinking about. And just for those who don't know, all of our kind of customer-facing services is under a brand called Money Helper. PensionWise is one of those services that we deliver. Specifically, it's a package service for a moment in time, so people understanding their DC options. So that doesn't really address the kind of holistic problem of people engaging earlier. It's a very well received service. It's actually 10 this year, okay, pension freedoms. So you'll see a little bit more about that. But it really is around the engagement. So we're part of the Midlife MOT that we created the money part, and other organizations like Aviva have done work in that space and have had pilots. And that really, in any of these kind of situations, we have to start to look at people's finances a little bit more holistically. As we were talking about in the other sessions, looking at housing versus looking at short-term savings versus long-term savings, and really trying to be a little bit more holistic about people's financial lives. And really at our Money Helper services, we do that across everything from pocket money right through to pensions. And we've got experts, pension experts that are on the end of the phone, web chat, all of those levels of engagement. But it really is too, and picking up the point of going to where people are. So it's not about driving people all to, one service. It's the collective union about how industry works together with our services, with government, and to really get that system level change that we're seeing and about it. Because engagement is also a bit of a cultural change as well. But really coming on to the things that we've seen work is in the moments that matter. It is that job change. It is that salary change. It is redundancy. Bereavement, it is the happy life events and the sad ones as well, but that's where people are more open to that, and it's really looking at how do you leverage that. And also, we've all done really well at creating great information, great guidance, but where do we make it much more snappier, create great action, and what is that one next step? And really trying to go back to that nudge theory that we've all read about a dozen plus years ago. It's how do we break it down to the smallest action? Because even with the government's other government's intervention, where we did the money midlife MOT and then they did the work and the health, there's probably very few people that are going to sit down and go, I'm going to look at all of those at once and have all of those things, which are quite overwhelming to think about. And how do we start to break those problems down a little bit more? And that's where we're going to get the engagement. And then you add on pension dashboard coming in. And how is it going to work when we're going to give people more access to their pensions in one place? And how can we start to leverage that opportunity in something like attaching a health check to that as well?
Great, thanks, Jackie. And Joe, what do you see the role of industry in sort of ensuring that sort of people have good retirements? And how could they sort of be involved, and how do you see their involvement in something like this kind of check?
Thank you. I think it's quite an interesting time to be having this debate. One might hope that the State Pension Age Review and also the Pension Commission and the bill, for those who are really interested, are going to make people think about their pensions in a slightly different way. We've also just launched the latest Pension Attention campaign on Friday, and we're entering that kind of period, so hopefully everybody is engaging with Ross and Bola and with your employers around some of those issues. But I think it is an interesting challenge, the engagement challenge versus a system which largely works on a default approach is always slightly in tension. So I think where we come from is you see more engagement is positive, it's helpful. You see that through the Pension Attention campaign, retirement living standards, support for other initiatives such as some of those carried out by MAPS and others. But will it make a fundamental difference to people's adequacy? Probably not. Those are going to be regulatory changes that drive those. You'll see a minority sport around those who engage and achieve their contributions. Added awareness and engagement can, however, do quite a lot in terms of other forms of engagement. Understanding what it is you might need to think about. What is your expenditure going to be like in retirement? What kind of lifestyle do you need to live? Would you like to live? At what age might you consider various things in relation to that? Logging on, putting your beneficiary details on, making sure you understand your contributions. Am I getting the most from my employer? All of these really simple steps can go a long way, but we've got to recognise the really heavy lifting. It's got to be done through the AE system, most likely. And also, there are lots of challenges around that. We have got other changes coming through the system, the advice guidance changes, targeted support. All of these will remove some of the blockers to engagement and allow people to speak to their savers in very different ways, and hopefully that will change the picture. This is all generally going to be great. We've got to recognise also the average UK citizen probably has the financial literacy of an early secondary school child. that's the position of most of the population. And so those who can make really complex financial decisions is quite slim. There's obviously a lot to be done on the other side to kind of increase education and awareness. There's a lot of fundamental issues, so we need to think about what lifting can be done through system changes and what can be done through engagement, and where is the most appropriate moment to make those interventions. And I think, you know, a lot of the suggestions here are really great. I think we also are at a moment where we're going to see the dashboard come online over the next couple of years, and that's going to make savers be able to access how that happens here and how we roll that out, and the engagement opportunity that provides is going to be really essential. But also, if we think about picking up your phone and the solution that AI can provide to you, you know, I can put a question into ChatGPT and it's going to tell me what I might need to be thinking about, how people consume that information in future. Rather than logging on, they're going to get a short paragraph or even a voice note that their phone is going to tell them what that means for how people react. And also the ability of AI to democratize really quite complex advice, which now you have to go to a special expensive advisor, and most people won't. So really interesting moment for the way that engagement might change. But in the backdrop, we're also moving to a system where hopefully you could do nothing and get a good retirement outcome. You would be automatically enrolled, you would stay in your provider. Your provider, if you changed employer, would rotate you around a few number of schemes ultimately over your lifestyle, given the changes that are going through. And at the end of that, you're going to be put into a guided retirement product, which is going to be suitable for you. Might do nothing, and you'll be fine, hopefully. And that's probably the best outcome for everybody.
Thanks, Joe. We'll come to the audience shortly, and people in the online world, please do type questions. I can see there's some coming through, so the system's working. So I will we'll look at those later. Picking up, John, you know, so this is a pensions conference, so we're talking about pensions, and things like, you know, changes to auto enrollment or the pensions dashboard may help people better understand the position and sort of by default kind of improve contribution rates and those kinds of things in the pension sense. But as you said earlier, for sort of a segment of the population, so maybe sort of on the lower income scale and earlier in people's career, then perhaps, you know, putting money straight into a pension isn't necessarily the best thing they can do with the money. They need to be worrying about other aspects of their financial health, and whether that's around their future property or managing debt and those kinds of things. So I guess this kind of financial health check, it's about pensions, but it's also probably going to take a sort of slightly wider view. I'd be interested to hear from people's examples, people experience, sort of what from similar policy interventions that have happened in here or overseas. If there's anywhere we can see that there has been sort of a marked impact in sort of engagement levels from these kinds of interventions in the kind of more sort of lower to middle ages, and if those are sort of followed through into sort of actions. Has anyone got any good examples?
I mean, I can talk a little bit about the pension attention campaign. It's obviously for a narrow window going for a number of years, but what we have seen from the campaign results is that people are making active choices from, if they're kind of recalling their campaign, they are going onto their provider website, they are making choices, they're having a conversation with the family members, with their employer, with the HR system. So, I mean, we're a small element in a very big system. You know, there's a lot more we can do kind of as a nation to make that difference and to that nudge. I think there were examples from overseas campaigns where you see kind of similar results. And I think when DWP looked at the Midlife MOT, then there were some interventions from other examples where you could see actually catch people at the right moment, and you can really make a difference to the choices that they might make.
Great, thanks, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add some of our research survey respondents, about a third thought that if they were better informed, that it would prompt them to take action. So there is some appetite there. I think it's quite difficult given where we are, given the lack of engagement, the lack of people being inspired to talk about their pensions at all or do anything about it. It's quite difficult not to come to the AE conclusion. But I do, you know, our research suggests that people would take action.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
Just looking at some of these things and the upsides and the downsides as well. So actually with the Midlife MOT, when it was promoted, we had a lot of engagement, but then the minute it wasn't, and people aren't looking for it. So people aren't putting into Google or into AI, what is my Midlife MOT? So those things you have to understand what language people are using, what is going to attract people to be searching for things, where are those moments, and I think that has to be looked at, because at times when things are promoted, you can get a lot of engagement, but then as soon as that levels out, then we're kind of back to where we are. So I think we have to start to think a little bit more creatively into what that engagement looks like, the role of AI, because that is, you know, we even see differences in our website traffic now with ChatGPT than we did before. And so it's really looking at those elements as well.
And is that a positive, like an increase in traffic from AI, or is it taking your business? Okay,
yeah.
People are sort of asking AI, and how do you sort of find the efficacy of it at the moment, in terms of the advice that it's been giving?
Yeah, it's interesting. We were doing a few pilots actually internally and looking at, I think it's the quality of information that goes in and the quality of output, and that's kind of it. I don't think we're ready to give guidance off the back of AI at all, but you know, just really looking at, you know, the usefulness of it for our agents as well and our guiders, and how it can pull from different resources that we have and that kind. So I think it is kind of one of those things, it's a testing and learning, but it's good inputs into AI seem to lead to better outputs. But and I think that's where you have to look at and how the questions are phrased and the quality. But it is changing the landscape. So I think we need to be alive to that as well.
Okay. Great. Can you want my microphone?
Yeah, I do. So 2 things. On engagement, I do think technology plays a really vital role. On AI, SMF will be coming out with some research on this, so watch this space. But suffice to say, one of the key problems with using AI currently for fiscal advice, yes, it can be very good, but there are 2 risks. One, AI has the capacity to hallucinate, which is very scary when dealing with someone's pensions. The other is that it is very reliant on people's prompts. If the person is very good at their prompt, if it can talk to an AI well, if it knows a lot about finance already, then that user will be able to get a really good result. But most people who are most in need of that advice don't have that. So we're looking at some solutions there. In terms of international work that has been very good at improving technology and engagement, Sweden has been excellent at integrating technology and financial advice. For those of you that don't know, they have an open banking system which basically allows a single advisor to take someone's profile, given it's called their bank ID, get their permission, and collate all of their financial information all in one place. That has prompted very high take-up in Sweden. An advisor can see someone's loans, someone's student loans, mortgages, pension, and be able to provide that kind of holistic advice that you would need throughout your life, but particularly among those younger age groups who may not be that interested in pensions, but very interested in their financial health more broadly.
Great, thanks so much. Let's go to the room. Has anyone got any comments, any questions? Yeah, go ahead. I think a microphone will work its way to you through Rhiannon.
Thanks, it's Anne Fairweather from Hargreaves Lansdown. The need for holistic advice and guidance is obviously at the core, being able to engage people, and obviously at the moment there's quite a strong boundary in place, the advice guidance boundary, which means you can't start to engage people where they're at. I found some of the comments around AI in a way a bit frightening, because you can get what is in effect financial advice through Google and AI, but ultimately that is breaching the regulatory boundary, and the efficacy of that advice I think would be potentially quite questionable. What people haven't mentioned is the targeted support regime that will be coming into place next year, and where do you see the role for that and the ability for that to plug some of that massive gap at the moment between people who are extremely well informed at one end, people who are getting some interesting ideas, shall we say, from Googling, and people with no information?
Great, thanks. Jackie, I'd like to hear from you first on that one. Is that going to check, this sort of targeted support regime, will it change how PensionWise operates, or how do you sort of see it?
I think targeted support just generally will help with the market, and that's what we're really supportive of, is opening the market up for more people to be able to, you know, take the actions that they need. And so we're really in support of that. And it is about, for PensionWise itself, it's a very good service, and people will still need that. So, you know, they still will need the explanations. We've just done a bit of a piece of research on targeted support and actually how our guidance can support people using targeted support, because what we want to do is be part of that change, and how do we start to make sure that people are getting those things, and that we're not, you know, all of our end state right now has to be putting people to financial advice, because that's where they need to go, or talk to their provider directly. So this really opens up another option in terms of direction and outcomes from our services to be able to, you know, help people get the results that they need from their finances. So that's, yeah, so we're really looking at what that means for the service, but there still is a place, you know, for people to understand those options when they're making these types of choices.
Great. Anyone else want to come in on that one?
Yeah, I'd agree with the benefit that the targeted support regime will bring, and hopefully it will really kind of loosen up some of the shackles that have been around the system, which has become slightly excessively kind of gold-plated over a period. I mean, just to clarify, Anne, on the AI point, I don't think we're there yet. I think it's probably just potentially a direction of travel, given the accelerated advancements and learning that we've seen in the last couple of years. You know, if you think about what that might look like in 5 to 10 years, it might be an entirely different world. But the human element, I'm sure, for many will remain important.
Great. Any more? Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks very much. It's Alistair McQueen from Aviva. It's a really important debate, so it's great that you guys are working on it. It's just a reflection more than a question. If you're writing this report, or when you write this report, I would really encourage you to speak to, and I'll explain what I mean, the head as well as the heart of this debate. The heart as to why this is important, I think everybody nods and everybody gets and everybody understands. By the head, I mean the challenge of the commercial motivation for businesses to invest in this. And the reason I point to that is that in Aviva we do provide a midlife MOT for people aged 45 plus. And one of the reasons I think we've found it gaining traction is that it speaks to both the heart and the head. It satisfies the HR director and the finance director. And the secret is to find something that speaks to both. The HR director is easy to convince because they want to help their employees. The finance director, when we turned to our finance directors and said, look, the 45 plus is the fastest growing cohort, the most experienced cohort, but with the highest attrition rate and the least engaged. Suddenly the finance director thought there's a business risk here. And we invested in it for those reasons. So when you do come to this, yes, celebrate the heartful reason as to why this is really important, but try and articulate the business case also as to why this is a really important thing, and a business case that has a payback in fewer than 50 years.
John's leading on this project in particular, but Gideon, how much are we putting the head and the heart through our pensions work?
Ideally both. I do want to add, who provides this advice is very much a live wire in the debate. There is disagreement over whether it should be employers, whether it should be some sort of third sector pension providers, or an arm's length state institution. I very much favor the latter, and I'll explain why. The main concerns that people have with this is that it won't be expert and that it won't be impartial. And there is no reason to suggest that a private sector firm will be either. I think that's not true with Aviva. Aviva, you're filled with financial experts. It's not true with most private sector operators. And employees may feel much safer with a third sector operator. I mean, Jackie, you're going to have much more experience with this than me, but I imagine an arm's length body filled with unbiased experts should be a safer place to discuss someone's finances.
Thanks, Gideon. We've got a question, Jackie, from our online audience. What steps are you, the FCA, TPR, and wider government taking to materially increase the use of PensionWise? Too few people are using this excellent service.
We look at that all of the time and have discussions, look at our data, look at our distribution. So we're constantly analyzing where we can improve the service, where we can get more traction. But it is about everyone working together and all of those channels and touch points. So it is something that we live and breathe every day, and all of our appointments are audited, and we look at the learnings and really where we need to take people next. So it is something that we look at in terms of what that means. But it is a collective. It isn't just Money Helper, MAP's getting better at it. It's actually how do we work as the collective, and we're very, very good. And as PensionWise is 10 years old, and when a few of us were in the basement of the Treasury creating it back then, it is, and as the market is expanding with targeted support and what's coming out in the pension schemes bill, and we'll constantly review what we're doing to see how we can keep relevant for what meeting ultimately customers need and where they do need that help and support.
Great, thanks, Jackie. Other questions from the room? Will, you want to come in?
Yes, it's a couple of related questions, I guess. One is to observe that we sort of tend to think about this as checking that we've designed good engagement. Is the quality of the information good? Who provides it? All those kinds of things. Or do we default people into stuff? To what extent might there be a role for defaulting people into engagement? And a kind of classic example here would be automatically enrolling people into a PensionsWise conversation at 50. And you look at the kind of evidence from vaccination in the US. The thing that was most effective getting people to go to a vaccination appointment in the US was to text them with a pre-booked time. Say, we have booked an appointment for you at 4 o'clock next Thursday. People didn't always use that appointment. They would often ring in and change it, but they were much more likely to go if they got that message. So I wonder if you can if there's scope to combine the logic of the default and auto with getting, because a lot of the problem here is getting people to want to engage with the guidance and the engagement in the first place. And then kind of linked to that, interested in views on whether there's also part of the mix here is about the products. And we talked about this earlier. If you're a self-employed person and you're young and you're trying to work out how do I mix my liquidity needs with a desire to save for retirement, with a desire to potentially buy a house, and you sort of have to choose a pension or a LISA, and neither one is particularly flexible to the other set of objectives. So to some extent, is the problem here that we've built all these kind of really siloed products that make it just that much harder for people to engage sensibly and think through the future uncertainty that they might, that might help them kind of then ultimately get to the right set of decisions. I'm just interested in reflection on both of those thoughts.
Great, thanks, Will. Matthew, perhaps I'll come to you first on that one.
Yeah, it's interesting, particularly the second point. I think self-employed is a difficult area in particular. I mean, it kind of comes back to, I think, people having informed options, and I think that comes back to people wanting to engage in the first place. So I do think there is a definite gap on self-employed. I think we're talking about employees here rather than self-employed, but I think the same is true insofar as people need to want to engage, they need to feel positive about it, and they need to choose, you're right, there's do I save for this? Do I do this? Do I pay it into housing? I think people need to have that view of actually what could a good retirement look like, and then it becomes a choice ultimately. Maybe not an easy one, but it does become a choice. In terms of the first part of your question, or your first separate question about whether people are forced to do it, I mean, I think that's an interesting angle. I think that's one that should be considered further, actually. I mean, I guess ultimately, assuming the pensions conversation becomes much more mature in the country, and maybe that's a bold assumption. But if we do get to that place, then I would hope we get to a place where it doesn't need to be forced. So if that's a nudge that can help people along that journey, then great. But we'd really like it to become a common conversation that people are having.
Thanks, Matthew. Joe, do you want to come on that one?
Yeah, I really like the life moment interventions in some degree, kind of formalising some of that. I was thinking about this earlier. If you think about when you join the workforce, automatically having a conversation at the beginning, I think pretty much everybody now has to go through various health and safety sheep dips and e-learning. If I have to learn how to lift a box, it might be reasonable for me to learn a little bit about my pension. And then equally, when you have a pay rise, when you start a family, when you're buying a house, if you think about all of these moments with your employer in particular, you have to go and ask them for some bit of paper. And it's reasonable for them to say, actually, oh, yeah, I see you're buying a house. I see you've requested paternity or maternity leave. Let's have a conversation about how does that work for you. Let me point you off to the support that we've provided either through our provider or through ourselves or through something else. These things feel like reasonable touch points to have with people throughout their working life. and that kind of building towards especially the changes and some of the questions you might need to make about really thinking about retirement as you get to later and nudging people through. I think the question of automatically booking people has come up before. It's proven problematic because people don't turn up because they've gone shopping, or they're fearful about what it is and is it a scam and other things. But I think some of that is about making Money Helper really entrenched in people's expectations about what it's for.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think it really is linking into the moments that matter and those life events. Defaulting people at an age, it doesn't work. In engagement, so you're 50, do you, depending on where you're at in your life, do you want to talk? And maybe a different trigger. So really, with all of our research that we've done through our financial capability surveys or money view surveys, it's about those moments that matter. It's about those life events and how do you tap into those, and how do you get people at those moments when they're ready to engage. And a random age in the sand, and we've seen it with 10 years of pension-wise, and we started at 55, we moved to 50. But it isn't just about age, it's about life circumstance. And as we've talked about with different income levels and different life experiences and people having families later and all of those things, that is what people's experience, and that's what you have to tap into, not just an age.
Great, thank you. And I think, something we're looking at with regards to Citizens Advance as well, like here we're talking about sort of job changes, but also perhaps if you take the Citizens Advance, maybe you'd have to sort of have some sort of financial conversation about it at that point. There are some questions, I'll just make sure I'm leaning forward and seeing this side of the room. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Rachel Gregory from WPI Economics. I was interested in picking up on the age conversation, and I think there's a lot of agreement around the importance of sort of touching in at life moments, and also that we've sort of got the first generation where it's really important to think about saving for retirement and realistically have a much better opportunity to do it, and the sort of the middle generation that didn't have the same opportunity. Even though it was important in the end. But it still seems like a lot of the most substantial services along the lines you're talking about that are free, independent, are still focused at that midlife stage. And I was just interested to hear a bit more about what you think some of the barriers are to, expanding like the midlife MOT to be open to anyone at whatever stage of life. Like, is it, in reality, there's limited money, and we think that's where the sort of height of the problem is people are imminently about to face? Is it we haven't won the political argument? Is it we need to think more cleverly at how we join sort of public, private, other support so it's a bit more integrated? I'd just be interested to hear a bit more about the barriers and the right next steps.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to come back on that point. I mean, it's particularly for, I think, younger people where the opportunity to save actually not that much more necessarily can have a really outsized impact long term. I think certainly some of the research we've done shows people are just not engaged with their pensions. They don't think retiring is something I'm really looking forward to. It's back to I don't really want to sit with my feet up. But that's not what retirement needs to look like. And I think it's that level of engagement, understanding that actually you're saving for yourself, your family, for the future to do these things, that level of engagement, that level of understanding or people being inspired, that really needs to change, because I think that will help bring people along. I think people see pensions as something that's done to them. Potentially it's a tax, I don't want to pay that. And that really drives them away from thinking about it in any positive way. So I think there's a really important mind shift that needs to come, and then I think the tools really help. People are engaged. Actually, what can I do? What are my options? And then it's back to I can spend money now. I've got compromises to make, but actually this is worth doing or not. It depends on that person. But I think people need to really see it that way first. So there's a lot of work to do there.
I just pick up a slightly different point. I think it's also important to meet people where they are. I think the industry tends to communicate in a pretty old-fashioned way. Some of that is in part a reflection of the layers and layers of regulation that you need to send to somebody when you're communicating with them. But if we think about younger generations, how do they consume information? Are we speaking to them where they are on TikTok, on Instagram, on social media, on YouTube, on other formats. Largely, pensions are absent from that space, and you think that is where all under 40s are largely consuming their information by and large, and certainly the younger end of that generations. We need to address that challenge too. And I think all of it is essentially a kind of social contract that we need to address it from private, government, and other third parties, kind of addressing this gap in the joined upness, the support, the information. And we really must reflect the role of employees, because the person that an employee trusts most, generally, unless they've had a bad experience, is their employer. The information that their employer gives them, the place where the employer signposts them to, and we should kind of really leverage that.
Another question over there, yeah.
Thank you. Mary Drzewski from The Independent. It's actually just following on from that point, because the onus generally you've tended to put on people to engage with the various pension providers. But it seems to me that one of the big gaps here is the absolute appalling level of communication from the DWP. We have the complaints periodically from the WASPy women about not having been informed, and there are questions about that. But my experience has been that the DWP information is very variable and almost absent. If you contribute to a private pension scheme, you get an annual statement. You don't get an annual statement from the DWP. I don't, as a recipient, I don't even get a statement of what I've received compared with from a private pensions. They have that information. They provide it to the tax authorities, but they don't provide it to me. And there's another sort of contradiction with the state. This is all about the state pension. That people may not know this, and I was really surprised, because if you don't have any dealings with the benefit system, you don't know. But the state pension is paid every 4 weeks. It's not paid every month, which is how most pensions are paid. And this actually complicates things and could complicate them for a lot of people.
It's interesting. Yeah, my dad's just hit pension age, and I didn't know about this 4-week thing. But I think if people's financial planning, I think it can be quite challenging to not plan on a monthly basis, to do it on this weird 4-week cycle. And then he's like, oh, and I get a 13th month, and it's like a 13th bonus. I was like, it's not. I mean, sure, you could buy a TV with it, but maybe it's it'd be better sort of earlier, spreading it out over to 12 months. Does anyone want to come in on any of those points?
It's a great question for Torsten.
Yes, we may hear some of that. Gideon, any thoughts on that, or any of the ones? Great. We've got another one online, and it's for Jackie again. Lots of your fans coming and watching online today. This one's around on the kind of this question of, can we sort of auto-enroll people into an appointment? I think you were sort of quite sure. Your sense was it wasn't something that would work. Is it something that you've pension-wise has tried, or is that sort of drawing on your experience from sort of international examples of this kind of auto-enrollment into appointments?
I mean, it's from other examples, even some of the NHS ones where people were given an auto appointment for different exams and things, and even actually some of the trusts have rode back from that because people aren't showing up, and then you're wasting resources and staff and the levies that we're very conscious of, how we're funded, that we don't want to have people not showing up to appointments. And that's really vital for us to be able to make sure that we're delivering services that people are going to be active and attending. And and again, as we move into a world of targeted support, and what does that start to look like in terms of guidance services, and how can they complement? And and that's what's going to be really useful to explore in the next couple of years as well, and with pensions dashboard as well. Because what you need to start to do is break down the barriers, and I know the kind of auto-enrolled appointment and is breaking down a barrier because you're giving, but so much that people, won't show up. We know even in our current pension-wise, we have a very low abandonment rate now, but we've worked on that for years. That didn't come at the very beginning. That, we had that, that's a decade of experience that, we had quite high abandonment rate because people didn't know they didn't know about pension freedoms, all of those things that we've worked on for a decade. So they're quite low now, but that's because we work really hard, because we want to make sure that we're delivering our services and we don't have people waiting for appointments that don't show up because it's very difficult to fill them. Because again, it isn't like a vaccine not to get a disease or something, you know, I mean, or a mortgage appointment where I'm, you know, going to give you a mortgage just so you can buy a property. So it is just different.
Great, thank you. Any more from the room? I've got a question around. I believe pension-wise sort of financed sort of by the industry collectively at this moment. Is that how it's funded?
All of MAPS is so it's a levy on from the general pensions levy via the DWP, and then the FCA collect levy from their side as well, and that funds all of money in pension service.
Right, and if we were going to expand, I mean, Gideon, maybe great to come to you to sort of talk about sort of the options you thought about in terms of financing this, but sort of if we were expanding sort of access to this kind of advice or support guidance to more people, sort of how would we sort of foot those bills? Or what are the options there?
So if we were to do it through an arm's length body, we've run some preliminary numbers, and I want to emphasize preliminary here. There's about 21 million people in the UK that are currently working and paying into any sort of pension at all. Let's say they were to receive one checkup over their life. That translates to about 500,000 people per year, or put another way, based on MAP's current costs, it would cost about £75 million per year. That is a substantial increase from the current MAPS levy, which I think is 16 million. Am I right?
But anyway,
it is an increase. Yeah. And how we fund that really depends on a lot of factors. The main question is industry. Is industry willing to pay up? Are those who benefit from getting more people active in their pensions, in investments, in equity, are they happy to put this money in? And a lot of that will depend on the design and the feasibility of the project.
Thanks, Gideon. Anyone want to come back on or discuss any of those? Joe?
Yeah, I'll come back on the levy, especially as I see colleagues from the regulator and Pension Protection Fund in the audience who are very keen on levying industry. I think the main question is, how do you get the balance right? At the moment, the number of levies that fall across the industry and the way that they fall has been built up over a number of years, including paying for MAPS as new bodies have been created, new requirements, new costs. I think what we'd like to see is essentially a kind of root and branch check of what are these things exactly paying for? Are they efficient? Are there ways of reducing them? Rather than having 5 different levies that pay for lots of different things, is there a simpler way of doing this? And I think at that point it would be reasonable to have a conversation about if we're enhancing services, and those are services that might otherwise be paid by employers or by providers, how does it all work out in the wash, and is it reasonable?
Fair enough. Yeah, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add, I think is a really important point as implementation is considered. That business case and feasibility, that's absolutely key for broader buy-in. So I think it's a point that needs further consideration.
Great, perfect. Any final questions from the room? Great. I get to ask you Theo's question from earlier about Torsten's obviously on his way in. I don't know how he's getting here with the tube strike. I guess he's just walking over from Parliament, hopefully. But what would we, for each of you, kind of what are the things you'd be hoping to see in that commission, if there's one thing, and then what would be a question that Theo should add to his increasingly long list? Gideon, can I put you on the spot first?
So many things, just based on what we've talked about today, the role of digital and technology in bringing in those youth perspectives, and especially expanding it beyond pensions to wider financial questions.
Joe?
I think the big opportunity that Susie raised earlier is how do we get AE contribution rates increasing at a reasonable level over a period. We know there's a big adequacy crisis looming. We need to kind of bite the bullet and address it. I think the Commission will give us the evidence to have that conversation in public and across Parliament and build a consensus. I think we'll hopefully get there. Another big question for Torsten, I think, it's related to the bill, really. If I'm in a master trust that's a high-performing, mid-sized scheme, am I going to get wound up even if I'm 5% better per year on my investment returns? Isn't that poor for savers, given it's all dressed around safer outcomes?
Great, thanks, Joe. Jackie?
I think looking at things wider than pensions, so with pensions dashboard, we've got open finance, open banking. Actually, how are we, working to a model that all of these things are starting to work together?
Perfect. Matthew?
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately the A is really important. I think that's a key driver, but I don't think it's everything. So I think a general move of the conversation beyond just the bill, but to people being engaged with their pensions more, I think that's really what we would like to see in future.
Great, perfect, thanks. Any final closing remarks on this topic from any of the panel?
To say, it is pension attention season. Go out and engage people.
It's a great closing thought. I promised you some juice in this round of refreshments, which I believe is now ready to go outside. Be back in here for past for Torsten, assuming there's no weird transport things and the storm's blown over and any other things that could happen between here and Westminster in that time. But thank you to our panel. Give us a round of applause for our great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for all your contributions so far today. Thank you also to M&G for supporting today. And I won't give a long introduction, but it's my great pleasure to welcome Pensions Minister Torsten Bell. Over to you. I think you've got a presentation.
Tough audience, don't I? That's more like it. I was trying to judge where we're going to be for the whole session, so I know like what is coming up. I'm also jealous. Theo was telling me about the sessions you've had so far. I didn't get to come to the whole pension conference, so I have to get. If you tell me the good bits afterwards, that'd be good. Who walked here today? One. You must live very central. And who cycled in? I watched some very dangerous cycling. I cycle in most days, but I watched some very dangerous cycling in this morning. But there's a tube strike on, so everybody is staying put. Which luckily in the reshuffle is also what happened to me. I'm staying put. So you got me chatting about pensions. Anyway, I thought I would just briefly give us some opening remarks, and then we can get into a discussion. Reflecting on, these are big picture things. I promise not to go into the weeds. I'm looking around the room. There's a mixture of what I would call proper nerds and nerds. So I'm going to aim at the nerds, not the proper nerds, and do the big picture of how we're thinking about the pensions landscape at the moment, and then what's the government's approach to that framing. Hopefully, some of this will be what you know, some of it hopefully is just useful in terms of how I'm thinking about the overall picture. But I always like to start with some good news. So and these are bits of good news. On the left, you've got poverty rates over the course of the last 30 years, which is telling you one thing, which is, well, two things actually. Britain has not done a great job of reducing poverty levels overall. They've hardly budged. If that chart went further back, what you would see is a very big rise happening in the late 80s and early 1990s. But since then, with some bumps around, definitely falls overall poverty rates during the New Labour years, but broadly you've seen high levels of poverty being sustained throughout that period, much higher than we were used to. But if you then look at just pensioners, you see a much better picture, which is levels of pensioner poverty halving under the New Labour government. There's a number of contributing factors to that, but obviously the introduction of pension credit that puts a floor under pensioners' incomes is doing a very, very large part of that work. And by the way, whenever anyone says, oh, politics doesn't make any difference, nothing ever changes, this is one of the charts that is worth showing people. The other one is showing people the near abolition of low pay in the 25 years since we've introduced the minimum wage, something everybody said wouldn't happen, couldn't make any difference, would be catastrophic if it happened. So next time you're with a bunch of pessimists, that's the chart you show, and then you make a different life choice and go to a different room. Next time. The chart on the right is obviously covering something probably very close to lots of people in the room's hearts, which is savings rates, participation rates by different groups of eligible employees. And it's telling you, by eligible I mean automatic enrolment eligible, so it's that subset of the employee population. And it's telling you that what you already knew, which is the introduction of automatic enrolment, set out under the last Labour government, but carried forward by the coalition government and the Conservative governments, has been a triumph. Where you're going from around 55% of eligible employees saving up to, I think it's about 88 on the most recent data, but roughly 9 in 10 now of eligible employees saving. And that's, I think, that figure I think is in most people in the industry's head. When I hear people in the industry calling for the only thing that's important right now is different levels of savings rates, I think that's often because they've got the 9 in 10 in their head, which I'm going to come back to. But I mean, this is in the celebrating section so far. So those are both very important signs of progress that have gone in the right direction, and they haven't done it slightly, they've done it to a huge degree. The chart on the left is 1 million fewer poor pensioners. Okay, these are big, big deals. Now, that might all just be, well, there's nothing left to do. We've done it. No point being the pensions minister. I'll just get on with some kind of regulatory tinkering, and it will all be fine. That's not where we are. Although my judgment is actually that probably is a bit where we've been for the last kind of 10 years of policy making. The big changes that were subsequent to the Labour government were in the coalition government. We haven't seen big step forwards in pensions policy since then. So what's the problem statement that maybe the next phase of significant policy development needed in the pension space are trying to deal with? And I'll cover 3 sets of issues. And all of these are making the argument that we've made big progress, but the job is only half done. That's my overall argument. Now, the first is to say that if you look ahead, and we should always be looking ahead with pension policy, if you ever find yourself tweaking a pension policy to try and fix a problem that's happening right now,
then you're in the wrong business. Pension policy we're setting to make sure that we get good outcomes in 20, 30 years time in general. And if we take a step back and look at where we are going to be, I think it's hard not to conclude that we are on course for a world which sees pensioners being too poor, bearing risks that are too high, and living in a system that is too unequal in lots of different ways. But just as a headline aspect of that, if you look at DWP's projections for private pension income, and remember there's been lots of good news on the private pension income side for generations of pensioners coming through over the last 25 years. That's why for the first time ever, people always say, oh, it's because of the triple lock that you've got pensioners on average being about the same incomes as the population as a whole for the first time in history. It's not. It's private pension income, it's employment income, it's everything basically has been bolstering pensioner incomes. But if we look ahead on reasonable projections, it's pretty clear that as you see a DB system coming to an end and a DC system coming in at current savings rates, you are looking at 30, 40 years of lower incomes for pensioners than we have today. Right? And what's driving behind that is lower private pension income. So this is providing you one statistic in that space, which is private pension income on average 8% lower in 2050. That's people retiring in 2050 versus those in 2025. Right? Now that is not what progress obviously looks like. So that's how to think about it in terms of big picture terms. I then want to come back to this 88% I mentioned to you earlier. So you can see the 88% on the left here. That's the thing that generally gets talked about. But I just want to walk through the steps of why that is not job done. So first of all, not all employees are eligible for automatic enrolment, particularly lower earners are not eligible for automatic enrolment. That's taking you to the left, the next bar, the left-hand side, so the second one from the right. And then hopefully everyone in this room knows, because they've probably read SMF reports on it, that the self-employed are obviously not covered at all, and employment and savings rates for pensions amongst the self-employed are disastrous and have gone backwards basically for all of the last 3 decades. And that's what's driving all workers, that's what's driving a lower level of participation rates amongst workers as a whole, not just those who are eligible for automatic enrolment. And then importantly, the right-hand bar is telling you the headline, which is, I don't think this is what should get talked about as much as the 88%, which is 45% of the working age population are saving nothing at any given time, which rounds to half. Right? Now, what's going on there? Employment. That's about employment participation. That's why when you talk about pensions policy, you do need to talk about lots of other things like the labour market, housing, and everything else, because it's an employment rate issue that is giving us this level of only 55% of people saving anything. So hopefully that one is clear enough about why the job is only half done on that front. And then I want to move to the dangerously metaphysical part of this, which is, so we tend to focus on these aggregate averages, okay? What is the total amount being saved? What's the total average income that we can see the system delivering? Those are really important things to think about. They are not enough. They are not, the only test of a pension system being good or bad is not just what is the average income it is providing, although it is a really important one. And that's because the risk people bear, not just the average income, is really important. And we've now built a system that went from individuals bearing none of the risk in terms of their longevity, none of the risk in terms of the investment returns. Those are now all sitting with individuals as we've moved from a DB scheme to a DC world and then combined a DC world with a move to pension freedoms. The combination of those choices, not intentionally made with the goal of loading individuals with risk. I'm seeing some cynics at the back shaking their heads at that, but broadly to give, I think most of the policymakers, they maybe not have put enough weight on what they were doing in terms of moving risk, but risk has moved very decisively. And it's not just the risk in terms of the things I've mentioned, it's complexity, it's the ability of a system to kind of easily operate, and the clarity of what the system is. I think too often policymakers under the last 15 years of governments did just think about pensions as savings pots. That was conceptually, that was just all they had in their head. And that can be true amongst higher income households, where it is more fungible, different kinds of wealth. If you've got lots of kinds of wealth, then it's more fungible how you think about those in terms of what they do to your living standards in later life. But for the majority of the population, for whom their wealth is their house and their pension and not lots else, then you do need to think about having a pension system that is easy to use, that does not require huge complexity. You all know about the problem of 13 million small pots. We've got 13 million pots below £1,000 hanging around a system. People find that stressful to deal with, but also it's an expensive way of having a pension system. It's not as complex, it costs a lot to run a system with that many small pots, and this longevity risk bit is really important. At the moment, we've built a system asking each individual to work out how to manage the huge uncertainty about how long they will live. That is mad. There's no way they can manage that risk effectively, and we haven't even triaged a way to make it easier for them. Like, in theory, they should take their DC pot and then they should go and like talk to a load of different providers about different pricing, huge complexity, huge challenges to overcome. So that's the problem statement. Right. Let's get on to back to a bit of perkiness, which is what are we doing about that? And I'm going to highlight 3 big areas we're coming at this from. The first is the approach set out in the Pension Investment Review, which we published in the late spring. And I see that is doing lots of things, but it's mainly taking a big argument, which is Britain's pension system needs to be made up of bigger and better pension schemes. That is what it's making the case for. It's making the case on the grounds that that is better for the individuals in those schemes because they'll deliver better returns, they'll be able to invest in a wider range of assets which will provide diversity benefits, they'll also have lower costs, they'll have better governance and lots of other things that are important to us. We also think that is what the British economy needs. And pension schemes, particularly in an economy like ours, are providing a large amount of the financial plumbing of our economy. It's the only large domestic source of capital, and large schemes are in a much better place to do the kind of job we need to see them do for the economy as a whole. So what the left-hand chart is showing you is the number of DC schemes in the market, and it's telling you 2 things, and this is prior to our reforms. It's telling you that there's already very significant consolidation going on. So it's telling you that the argument I'm making is kind of adding wind to the sails of an existing process. And that's as it should be, because we should be seeing consolidation. That is what is going on. But it's showing you, if you look at the dotted lines, that you're still going to have a large number of providers, that it's not going to get, it's not going to do enough if we just leave the system as it is currently operating. And the chart on the right-hand side, which is obviously anonymized, is showing you larger workplace multi-employer schemes. And it's showing you where they sit relative to the 25 billion threshold, which is the threshold we're setting that all schemes will need to have got to if they're to continue taking automatic enrolment contributions by 2030, with some carve-outs for getting there over a slightly longer time period for those that just miss out and for new entrants. So it's showing you where we're aiming to get. We're looking to consolidate the industry more, and we're setting a threshold that we need to be over. So bigger, better schemes, that's what the Pensions Investment Review is doing. When I finish having a nice time with you guys, tomorrow I'll be in the 4th day of the Committee of the Pension Schemes Bill, which is the next big thing that we are doing. I promise it's got 100 clauses. I promise I'm not going to talk about everything in the Pension Schemes Bill because some of you look like, you've had a long day anyway. But it is a big deal. And if there's one thing you take away from what the bill is trying to do as a whole, it's to say Parliament has told people to save. Yes, it's automatic enrolment. Yes, you can opt out. But let's just be honest about where the moral pressure lies. We have told people to save into defined contribution pension schemes. It is on us, therefore, to make sure they are delivering the absolute best value for money, the highest returns they can get. And again, if I'm honest, reflecting on the pension industry for the last 15 years, there's a lot of talking about shouldn't we whack up savings rates, and there hasn't been enough talking about how do we make sure we're whacking up returns on those savings, because compound interest is a very, very, very big deal, and individuals cannot drive the change that makes that happen. Right? So that is what the Pension Schemes Bill is doing. It's doing it across a whole range of fronts. There's specifically a value for money framework itself. It's obviously legislating for that scale I just mentioned on the previous slide, which will drive down costs and drive up returns. Looking at that point I made to you about the complexity and the risk people are bearing, it's also legislating for default retirement solutions to say there will be a default solution so that when you come up to retirement, you will not have to make very complex decisions in a way that is hard for you to do and is not managed. There will be a default solution. It will provide you with some degree of longevity protection. But it's not the kind of default that automatic enrolment is. It's not as hard as that. On automatic enrolment, our basic view is almost everybody should be saving. Okay? For this, we're providing defaults, but with easier opt-outs, because people may well want to choose a different approach to their retirement. They may well have other forms of wealth and income. But put that all together, the bits of the bill, and what the impact assessment says, if the average earner who is saving over their lifetime and working all the way through their lifetime, then their pension pot would be £29,000 bigger at the point of retirement than it would otherwise have been. Now, a point estimate is always spuriously accurate, but substantial is all I want to leave you with. Getting even small increases in returns, if they're sustained over the lifetime of savings, makes a really big difference. And that is really important for the adequacy question, which I'll now turn to, because the last thing we're having is a revival, because everyone likes nostalgia these days. Oasis are back. Everyone's back, basically. Are Spice Girls back yet? I think they're meant to be back, aren't they? Okay, good. It's not really my bag. But you know, good on them. But what we're reviving is the Pensions Commission. So I showed you those charts at the beginning, particularly on automatic enrolment, showing you the success of the first Pensions Commission back in the 2000s. What we announced back in July is that we're reviving that because we need to tackle those longer-term problems. How do we have adequate incomes where we do not see tomorrow's pensioners being poorer than today's? How do we make sure that we cover some of those fairness issues about low earners, about the self-employed, and the rest? And how do we make sure that we have an adequate, a fair, and a sustainable pension system going forward? That work is underway. I'm really grateful for the 3 commissioners who are excellent, who are doing that as we speak, and that will be reporting in 2027. And that's the basis on which we will then take forward recommendations to set those longer-term frames for our pension landscape through to the middle of the 20th century, because thinking long-term is not natural to politics, but is essential to pensions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Torsten. So we'll come to questions soon, and if you're online, you can post questions, and we will take those. But Torsten, I'm going to ask you a few questions first. I'm not going to test you on your knowledge of the Spice Girls.
You're going to tell them where we first met?
Where did we first meet?
I think it might have been in the cabinet room.
I don't have any recollection of this. I do remember sitting through an election campaign next to Torsten, who did not stop working at all, sort of relentlessly, and also had possibly the worst diet of anyone during the election campaign itself. But he was a very good person to sit next to, and always did the work, which I hope he will do now in this much more important role.
That's how we're going to solve Britain's productivity crisis.
Round the clock, pizza and Greg's. Yeah. So tell me about your... This is phase 2 we're in now. If we just start on the...
You mean of the Pension Commission, yeah?
Not of the pension...
Before you start being cheeky, I think you mean the Pension Commission.
Not of the... This is phase 2 of the government, Prime Minister said.
I thought you might be going there due to a cynical, disgraceful commentator.
Sorry, my phone has just answered itself. This is phase 2 of the government, and you also have a new Secretary of State. So what should we understand, those of us who are interested in pensions and the DWP, what should we understand has changed in the last week?
Well, you can tell what the Prime Minister said, which is, for him, phase 2 is about having reset some of the foundations, having dealt with some of the challenges. You know, the Chancellor would obviously focus on the challenges raised on the side of lots of very unfunded public spending that was dealt with at the budget last year. That phase 2 is about delivery, and that's what he's getting on and doing. I mean, and that's what the public want. And I think it's worth just pausing for a second, because let's connect this to, you know, some of the bigger picture, the politics. Like, why do I want to see the potholes filled in, right? Partly because it's annoying driving over potholes. Anyone cycled over a pothole today? Yes, you did, if you were cycling. I want to do that because it's important in of itself. But the reason we need the potholes to be filled in is because it is a visible symbol that under the last 15 years, the basics stopped getting done, right? And for the public, that has sent a signal that the system won't deliver. It can't deliver the basics. How can it possibly deliver long-term complicated things like a good pension system that they can rely on in 30 years' time, which they have a right to expect from us? So when we say it's about delivery, it is not just about delivery because it's always about delivery, which it is, because in the end, hopefully, the point of politics is to get things done. I know that's not Nigel Farage's view. His point is to exploit the problems, not to solve them. There is no Nigel Farage where there are no problems, right? Always remember that. So he definitely is the last person that wants to solve a problem. But our job is to solve problems, because that is how we make, not just solve the problems, but we make the case that mainstream politics can deliver, and we help show people that tomorrow can be better than today. And ultimately, that is a very important thing to reintroduce as a concept to the British people. So that's what Phase 2 is about.
Restoring the social contract, restoring people's confidence in the competence of government.
Those are all desirable things.
And well, let's hope you can do that. But so you've also had your role changed slightly. I'm not entirely clear on that, so maybe you can explain it. You seem to have one foot in the Treasury and one foot in the DWP. On the one hand, that seems like a very sensible idea.
I cannot believe you haven't been paying attention. I've always had one foot in the Treasury and one foot in DWP. Since I was originally appointed as a joint minister across both departments back in January, I'm very disappointed that you haven't.
But have you not taken on a new responsibility in the last?
I think some people have got very excited about the idea that a Treasury minister might occasionally talk to other bits of the Treasury, and I can confirm that I do talk to other bits of the Treasury. But I've quite enjoyed watching some Conservative politicians get very frothy mouthed. I've actually been worried for their health. They've got very excited about the fact that someone who's actually a minister in the Treasury might occasionally support other ministers in the Treasury. And the thing that's been making me really worried, and I haven't actually said this yet, so I hope there's no Tory MPs in here because I am worried for their health, which is they got so worried about that. I'm just worried what's going to happen. When I was looking back through my diary, I was wondering what happens if they see my diary for the last 10 years, because I'll start looking through it and then they'll be like, oh, there was another chancellor that asked for some help on their budgets, and it was Jay Hunt. And once they find out about that, they are going to go nuts. And then they'll start looking further back and find out that this R. Sunak, he asked for help on his budgets, at which point there's a serious danger that the NHS is going to be overwhelmed by the number of Tory MPs that have lost the plot. So I think basically everyone should calm down.
Okay, so there's not been a major change in your role, which is
good.
Because
I have not been reshuffled.
I think the pensions role probably gives you enough work.
Although, as you said earlier, it's always good to have more work. I'm very Protestant work ethic.
But one of the challenges of being pensions minister and also having a role in the Treasury is...
Just to be clear, the Treasury is responsible for some pensions policy.
Well, that's good.
I'm covering the pensions policy bit of the Treasury.
But there is always a trade-off, and as we head to the budget, let alone to the Commission, there is a question about how do you balance Treasury desire to perhaps look at giveaways that might be closed down and save a bit of money, and areas of pensions policy come with big price tags and could be closed down. On the other hand, from a pensions minister perspective, and that vision of the long term, not just the budget that you were talking about, you've just sort of set out how actually you really want to incentivize people to save, including presumably not just those on low incomes, but those on middle and higher incomes as well. So how do you see that trade-off between those two things, and between not just from the people's perspective, but from your own and political perspective, on short term of the budget, long term of the duty of a pensions minister?
There's a lot in there. So
you can choose which of that you want to answer.
Yeah, that's the benefit of a very long question.
That's why I'm not a journalist.
So let's do that in phases. So just on so I don't agree on the big premise, which is on there's a trade-off. So just to spell out some of the reasons why. So first of all, remember, one of the challenges in our pension system is that when it comes to the defined contribution part of our system, which is all of the growing part of our system, we have two regulatory regimes. We have two different ways of thinking about the underpinnings for pensions, one regulated by bodies looked after by the Treasury, one regulated by a body looked after by DWP, and the punters have no idea which of these systems they are saving into, and my strong view is that given that fact, they shouldn't have to. And so I think it is really important actually to have more coordination between the Treasury and DWP to make sure that tension, which is there, exists in the regulatory world. I'm fine for it to exist in kind of the underpinning legislation, but must not lead to differential outcomes and different approaches and confusion when it comes to what people actually experience as savers. So that's the first thing. There's not trade-off. There's a massive benefit from making sure you have coordinated between two departments rather than relying on them to think exactly the same thing at exactly the same time, which some of you have met Whitehall is not always what happens. So that's the first thing. The second thing on the kind of trade-offs front is one of the things that we forgot after the 1990s is just how important a pension system is as part of the kind of pipework of British capitalism. So pension policy decisions were made, often for good reasons, again, leaving aside the cynics at the back, but not with an eye to how does the system fit together and how does the system provide that. And so I think one of the benefits, and it really does matter for growth, right? It does matter for growth. When you think about what gets investment levels up, and remember, what is the overall economic strategy of this government? I can give you lots of complicated words and lots of scripts. It is to raise the investment level of this country. That's what's going on with the budget last year in terms of public investment. That is what is going on in terms of making sure that things are actually getting built, and an absolutely revolutionary idea that it might be a good idea. I was just discussing the one reservoir that is underway but has not been built, so no reservoirs have been built in Britain since 1992. One is being built, but it's not been finished. It's not been finished, luckily yet, because it will ruin my fact. But nothing's been built since 1992, and how much has the population gone up since 1992? Who knows? Come on, people. No reservoirs, how many people? You're not a very bold audience today. 10 million people is the increase in the population when we thought, who needs to build any new reservoirs? Oh, what a surprise, we now have a problem, right? So we've got to raise investment levels, yes, in the regulated sectors, which is what water is, that's exactly what we're doing. We've got to do it. When we talk about, deregulation, we're not doing that for fun, right? We're doing that because we need industry to be investing. So that is the strategy. If you're in that world, how you think about your pension system, one of the advantages of bigger, better pension schemes is they're in a much better place to invest in a wider range of assets, including directly, and including having more ownership, direct ownership of those assets, rather than just having stuff in trackers. That kind of ownership is important, right? That's one of the things that's been forgotten from the right-wing side of political thinking, right? You want ownership and you want active, engaged ownership because that's what leads managers to get to better outcomes, to invest for the future. Pension schemes used to be a large part of that. Scale will make that much easier. That'll be true for infrastructure assets, but it'll be true for lots of other assets as well. So that is also desirable. So it's not just trade-offs. I think there's big synergies. If you think just the Treasury cares about growth, but DWP has a sets a load of pensions policy, you want these things to be brought together. You mentioned my new boss in DWP, which is Pat McFadden, for those of you who have not met him. He is very clear. He is doing the work and pensions job as part of the government's economic mission. There's not like someone else worrying about this growth stuff. It's his job to be worrying about that. That is what he's about providing, and that is he's been very clear with that with the new department that he is. It's a new-ish department because he's brought in skills policy as well into that.
So does that mean going back at the welfare bill? Do you think?
It depends what you mean. I mean, the welfare bill has one thing I think is the changes have happened. I sometimes read lazy stuff saying, "Oh, nothing is actually changing."
But making
let me finish to answer your question. Look at what has actually happened. So one of the things the Tories did in 2017, we're here talking about the universal credit part of the system. So not personal independence payment, not disability benefits, but ill health incapacity benefits. The Conservatives created a system that was entirely binary. Okay, you're either completely fit for work, totally fine, here's a very low level of income and lots of conditionality, or if you want, you can prove you're far, far, far too sick to ever do any work. We'll give you quite significantly more money, but we will never, ever offer you any engagement, any support for work. That's the change they made in 2017. Then at the time, I said to them, you are creating a system incentivizing people to opt out of the labour market who could easily be participating. That is a very bad thing for the welfare state to be doing. It should be doing the opposite of that, which is offering more support. That is what is going ahead. We are narrowing the gap between the health element and the basic rate of universal credit. We are making sure that everybody is provided with support if they want it. That's the £1 billion Pathways to Work package. So lots is happening. That's exactly what Pat is getting on with doing. Directly on your question on personal independence payments, you can see what we've said, which is the Tim's review is going on. That is the process that is in train.
Okay. One of the slides that you showed, you were talking about the consolidation and reduction of the number of pension schemes. Do you think that that means that you need to change the regulatory structure for those pension schemes as well?
That is a very good question. I think it means I think scale brings with it some benefits in terms of governance, anyway. But I think that you are right that as we move to a bigger set of, a smaller set of big schemes, then their salience in our economy, their importance definitely does go up, and that is an issue we need to all take seriously. It really matters what the quality of the trustees are and the managers, because remember, trustees are only for half the market in that space. So I think that's absolutely right.
Okay, I'm going to come to the audience for questions in 1 minute, so get your questions ready. I am going to ask you about the triple lock. I know you've been asked this a million times before, but you were in favour of it.
But you haven't got any self-control.
You were in favour of it, and now you're not. So what changed?
Well, I always say to people, if you want to know what the government is doing, then you can read the manifesto, because it tells you what you're doing, which is the triple lock is staying for the course throughout this parliament. I think it's worth just stepping back to, like, what is the objective? Okay, and the objective is, I showed you that chart about what's happening to it wasn't a chart, sorry, the fact on 8% lower private pension incomes, right? And we're aiming to deliver adequate retirements for the vast majority of the population. Remember, for the kind of bottom 2/3, 70% of the population, the state pension is a very, very material part of their retirement income. It's providing that bedrock, and because it's being done in the way it is, which is avoiding means testing, it's also providing the clear incentive structure to then save on top, which is particularly relevant for middle and higher income households. So a higher relative to earnings level of the state pension is a very sensible thing to be aiming for, and triple lock is delivering that, and that is why it's in the manifesto, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Okay, I'm going to go to questions. I'll take 3 at a time. I'll go 1, 2, 3. And keep the questions short if you can, please.
You showed 3 slides of what you're aiming. The third one was reducing inequality and fairness. Are you asking for that, or is that all been subcontracted to the pension commission?
That's a very.
Should we take 3?
Oh, okay, fine. Yes, let me write this down then.
And then we can try and get everyone.
Yeah.
Yep.
What would you say to young people whose grandparents, some of their parents and their great-grandparents, currently enjoy very generous pensions, which many of us are paying for in terms of increased cost of living, defined benefit schemes, and also national insurance payments? How are you going to tell them that they now have to take risks with their pension money and invest in the infrastructure of the UK, where older people didn't?
Great. And James, do you want to? Can you put it a bit closer? Is it on? Yep, there you go. No?
Speak loudly, James.
Okay. You very candidly described the accumulation situation under Benfrey as mad. Do you think you might be understating how bad it is because of increasing cognitive decline that stops short of fully impairing dementia, and think eventually you have to go beyond default accumulation pathways into something even more paternalistic? On a philosophical level. And secondly, on the DC consolidation picture, do you have any concerns that the 25 billion qualifying threshold effectively puts a regulatory moat around a small number of DC providers that cuts competition and might lead to worse outcomes in the end?
Okay, so question on fairness, question on intergenerational fairness, and then a question on that consolidation and also
on madness.
On madness.
Very good. Those are good questions. So on inequality, I'm definitely not subcontracting that out entirety. But what I've been clear is about parts of the problem that we can't leave as they are. Okay. And you see that, and I published that in the launch document of the Pensions Commission, which obviously we wrote rather than the Commission. But I've talked about some of this publicly. But the face of self-employment in Britain has fundamentally changed in the last 30 years, right? Self-employed, to be a pop version, people used to think about the self-employed in the 1990s as people with above average wealth, probably employing a few other people who may well have seen themselves as entrepreneurs. That is not what self-employment looks like in Britain today, right? Self-employment is the new face of low pay. So the minimum wage has abolished low pay amongst employees, almost, yeah, because the minimum wage is now set at 66% of typical earnings, okay, which is the low pay threshold. But we have seen a fast growth in self-employment, and we see lots of marginal groups in the labour market being particularly heavily represented in that group. In fact, we have a kind of bifurcated self-employment, right, with some older, better qualified, higher earning people towards the end of their careers, and then a load of younger people who are on low pay, who, if you ask them, are much less likely to think they're loving being self-employed. Okay, so we've got to have a pension system that does not exclude these people, and that is not straightforward, but that's the kind of thing that we need to be looking at. There are other parts. There's always been a very strong gender element to within the pension system. I think that I would say we have made good progress in addressing some aspects of that. So the state pension used to be, was a system built after the Second World War, for too long basically a model that assumed a man was working, right, and a woman wasn't. And it led to much lower levels of state pension for women, and much higher levels for men. Men supported through the state second pension, who are the main winners from that. The new state pension introduced, again, under the last government, but bringing forward reforms from the Turner Commission, has more or less abolished gender differentials in the state pension. I think we're now at about 99 to 100. It's like, there might be 1% difference left, but it's basically removed that that differential. That's very welcome, but obviously that is not true when it comes to looking at the private pension market. Now, lots of that within the private pension market is reflecting what happens in the labour market. So again, I would focus us to, we've got to focus on employment rates, we've got to focus on hours worked, we've got to focus on gender pay gaps, which are drivers of the gender pension gap. But yeah, absolutely, I'm not subcontracting all of that out. On Samantha's question, there were lots of different bits to that. I mean, directly on your question on risk, I'm doing the opposite, which is I'm trying to reduce the risk faced by today's workers who are tomorrow's pensioners. I'm trying to give them higher rates of return so there's a decent chance that for every pound they work hard to put in, that pound will be working hard over the next 30 years to give them a decent retirement. I'm reducing the complexity of what they have to deal with when they come to that. I'm making sure that when they don't have to go and manually find out where all their own individual pension pots are, which is a nightmare, and the rest. And I'm trying to make sure we've got a pension system that gives them the security of those outcomes. So it's about reducing risk for them generally. On the last question on pension freedom, so just to be clear what I'm saying is mad. The mad bit specifically is every individual should deal with their own individual longevity risk, right, which is not a risk we can manage. You can't pool with yourself, right? So you're just being asked to take a punt on how long you're going to live, and that will lead to you that will lead to poverty, because either you will spend too much early and then be poor later, or because of the risk of you running out of money, you will not consume enough. And the second is also a risk, right? Look at what's happening in Australia, okay, where they're at a different stage of their pension development, but one thing you can see is on average their DC pots are significantly bigger than ours because those are the main drawdown. Well, that's mainly what people are living off in retirement. But lots of people are under-consuming from those pots. Right? Everyone talks about the risk of overconsumption. Okay, true in the UK because we've got very small pots at the moment on average. But underconsumption is also a significant risk. It's definitely what you can see in the Australian data. That's why you see people now kind of suggesting people actually consume more, telling their people, not just saying, hold on a second, you're going to run out of money if you're later. So that's the specific risk I was talking about there more generally, and I think that would deal with basically that would deal with most of the risks you're pointing out about. I mean, it's a wider question for a society, which is how well are we dealing with the fact that many more of us will sadly have dementia. But I think specifically on longevity risk, we'll take a lot of that out. But there's power of attorney questions about all kinds of things that come with that phase of life. Directly on your very good question about how do we balance the benefits of consolidation with the need for competition. It's a very good question. I was asked a version of this at the Pensions Schemes Bill on Tuesday, where an answer I gave is to think about it like this, which is, and the MP asking the question was phrasing it through the lens of the financial crisis. Okay, and so I said you've got to think about the stage you're at. The problem in the financial crisis was that we had too few banks that were too big, right? That is not the phase. That is not where we are with pensions today. We're in a system with far too many pension schemes that are far too small. Okay, and there's not always a one-size answer to should you have more, should you have fewer. You need to base it on the actual market, right? That's why you have competition authorities, not just a made-up number for how many participants there should be in any market. It's clear we have too many today. We live with you see the consequences of that all over the place. There's not a right number. I am very confident, and that chart shows you why, that you'll still have a very competitive market after this threshold. And remember, it's not just 25 billion taken by reallocating all the assets that are already in the system. The DC market, the assets pot, is just growing very, very fast right now, okay? Because people are saving, that's where all the, remember, all of the savings in pensions world are now going into DC pots, right, more or less. Like, the DB world is on average shrinking. So, okay, there's a few people paying in, and the LGPS exists, but the system as a whole is shrinking as we go through. So I don't think we are in danger of any problems, but the system needs to be future-proofed, and that's why the bill explicitly sets out a pathway for a new entrant who's actually got something new to bring to the table to be exempt from the scale requirements for a period of time, so long as they do have a plausible story about how they're going to get to scale. So it's not a permanent buyout, but if someone can enter the market, has something new to offer, and can show that there's a route to them reaching a decent scale, that is great. There's an on the case for innovation, obviously the main innovation that is actually plausibly coming along in the near future is in the CDC space. That's the thing that actually exists as opposed to a theoretical one. I know people in the room will have very different views about that, but if you want innovation, then that is what is on the table at the moment, and the bill explicitly carves that out from the scale requirement because the nature of CDC schemes is they will only exist if they get to scale. You're not going to be, like, no one sensible would be running a small CDC scheme. There you go.
I'm going to take 3 questions from, there's only one on this side. I'll take 1, 2, and then I'll take the lady at the back. So just put your hands up again.
Hi, Richard from De Facto. So where did the 25 billion come from? Because if I'm looking at schemes for service, performance, cost, they would all be below the 25 billion for the top rated ones. So, yes, they are, because I do the ratings. So I'm just wondering how you've come to that conclusion. It just seems not in the consumer's best interest.
And then here. And then for those online, if you ask your question, I'll take 3 from that after this.
Thanks, Anne Fairweather from Hargreaves Lansdowne. The Pensions Investment Review talked about scale at the main scale default arrangement at the fund level. You're talking about reducing the number of schemes dramatically. And I think our concern there is, when you're talking about innovation, where is the innovation in terms of services to members and engagement of members? You can see that has been transformed, I would say, in the banking sector, partly because of new entrants, fintechs in that sector. And you're pushing very hard towards a utility model of relatively few providers. How are you confident that that market is going to deliver on benefits such as targeted support coming down the line, the huge opportunity with data sharing, through open banking, etc.?
Okay, and then the last one at the back.
Hiya, Emily Mee, a consumer reporter for The Sun. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, great. As head of the Resolution Foundation, you backed cutting the tax-free lump sum to 40k. Is that something you're still looking at in the budget at the moment? And are there any other measures that you can kind of give us a steer on around pensions that you're looking at in the budget? And then secondly...
that's thirdly. But keep going.
Technically thirdly, I was counting the first one as one. But anyway, I'm sure you saw the report from LCP basically warning that some of the measures being floated could lead to another omni-shambles budget. What do you think of that?
I think you made a mistake, which is you came to a pensions event but wished you were at a tax event. So I'm not going to answer your questions. I'm not going to start commenting on budgets. Chances about budgets, you get the same answer everyone always gets. You knew that's the answer you were going to get. But it's important to try in life. I said I believed in a work ethic, so well done on that. On Richard's question on... So on the evidence base, I would point you to the evidence base that we published at the time of the launch of the the interim report of the Pensions Investment Review in the autumn. It sets out the evidence base, which is you start to see some of the more important benefits that we want from larger arrangements within larger schemes. When you get between 25 and 50 billion pounds, that's true on lower costs. I appreciate you don't agree. You can go and read the evidence and send me a note. But you also start to see them building internal capacity to invest in a wider range of assets. And the evidence is presented there, so I'm not going to start going through all of that. But that is that's the evidence base in which we draw for the 25 billion threshold. But I've wanted to do it in a pragmatic way, which is why we've set out not only that it's yes, 25 billion in 2030, but there's time for people who are clearly on a path to get there to do that over the following 5 years. On Anne's question, I totally agree that the nature of service to members is really important, as well as the wider things that I talked about earlier. So we are definitely not, I don't agree with your characterization at all of a utility model. This will still be a highly competitive market. Very much so. And remember, the value for money framework that we're currently legislating for explicitly puts in light the quality of service as one of the things that needs to be delivered if you're to receive a good value rating. So I don't agree with that characterization of what we are doing. I totally appreciate that for some individual companies that are wrestling with some of the consequences for this, you may be less keen. That's completely reasonable, but I don't agree with the characterization that that's then led you to put on our reforms as a whole, to give you a blunt answer to your question. But I totally agree. And this is true in general. Like, we don't talk enough at pension conferences, and this is not a critique whoever set the agenda, I promise, but about pensions administration. Like, a lot of the things that I see, whether it's from the TPO or I see it coming through in terms of correspondence, is about the quality of how people are treated by their pension providers, and people deserve to be treated well, whatever the system is. And so I don't want, if utility is meant in a pejorative sense of, like, you know, bad and not caring about the customers, I'm in favour of the opposite.
Okay. I'm going to go to the online questions, and I fear some of these are budget related, so they may...
I just wouldn't bother.
I'm assuming you're not going to...
show some self-discipline, shouldn't you?
I'm assuming you're not...
You can do it. I've got faith in you to...
I'm assuming you're not going to answer questions on what's in the budget. But there is a question here which says, thousands may be accessing tax-free cash now in fear of what government may announce and receive worse outcomes. Why not act now to avoid consumer harm?
Well, I'm not going to answer any questions about the budget. What I would say is, just looking at some of the press coverage, and I'm not talking about you, Elliot, everything you've written, I'm sure is absolutely brilliant, is that and the Chancellor said this very clearly the other day when she was doing an interview, which is, there's a lot of nonsense out there, and let's just be clear, it's coming from the journalists. Next question.
I can take one there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then we've probably got time for one more round. So 1, 2, 3.
Hi, Torsten. Albert Todd. I'm sorry to say I'm also a journalist.
Some of my best friends are journalists.
Oh, there you go.
I'm able to differentiate. It's good. Keep
Brilliant.
going.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, maybe it's related to the budget. You can decide after I've asked the question. You talk of kind of emphasis on long-term policy planning, you know, saying that you can't solve today's problems through pension policy. I mean, say, for instance, policies like, or policy ideas like what the lump-free sum being reduced, or the tax-free relief being kind of equalised. I mean, if your colleagues in the Treasury were to float those ideas to you, given what you've said about long-term planning, would you reject anything like that? I mean, is that not in your kind of, do you not like that idea, basically? Thanks.
Yep, and then just in front.
Hi, thanks for your time. It's Alistair McQueen from Aviva. Everybody talks about learning the successes of the 2002 Pension Commission, and you highlighted it yourself. People walk past the potential failures of the 2017 review in that it hasn't yet delivered. What have you learned from the quote-unquote failures of the 2017 review to deliver?
And then one more.
Oh yeah, go on, one more.
Just trying to squeeze in as many as I can.
Hi, Torsten. Andy Harrop from Public First. Can I ask you about Gen X and your scary numbers of what's about to happen over the next 10 or 15 years? The last Pensions Commission started in 2003, and its reforms weren't fully implemented until 2018, something like that. 15 years is just not enough for that group caught between DB and DC. Do you think you should be doing something right now as the government specifically for people within 10 to 15 years of their retirement?
They're all good questions, but Andrew's a really good question. And my answer to that is why the only thing we're doing isn't launching a pensions commission. Like, why is the state pension as a share of earnings going up? Yes, it's benefiting today's pensioners, but it's providing that baseline, which is what Gen X will be relying on, as will future generations. And when we're legislating to make sure we start pushing up higher returns in the system, that is exactly, I completely agree. That's why we're not waiting. And all I would say is sometimes people say to me, oh, this pensions commission's taken ages. I'm like, no, we launched it within a year. Last time it took 5 years for the Labour government to launch one, and the last Tory government didn't do anything in 15 years. So, but you're completely right. We cannot wait. It's not everything is waiting for that. That said, and this is the answer to Alistair's question, who's raising the 2017. For those that are not paying attention, we're talking about earlier reviews, which made some propositions about some groups being brought into automatic enrolment and the rest. That we do need. I think we do need to think about it in the round. That I do want to think about the system as a whole. I think that is what we're doing. I totally appreciate the point about that not taking forever, and it won't. I don't think it is forever, but I appreciate other people may not agree. But but you're right to be pushing us on that, because some of these problems are well known. The self-employed one I mentioned earlier in response to this gentleman's question is obviously a well-established problem. All I would say on that is, if I'm honest, I've read more reports about the problem than I have read about actual practical solutions. I would gently say on self-employment, and we've known this was a problem for a decade. So we do, it is not, I know the industry has views about some bits that are easy to fix, just flick a switch, but there are big challenges with the system that are not just, as straightforward as that. Self-employment is a very obvious one, but there are others as well in the system. So I think it is right to look at it in the round and think about how it all fits together. Look, I know why people are asking on the wider stuff. I'm obviously not going to start commenting on budgets. That and you heard my comment about lots of the speculation people have read. I hope every newspaper has kind of indemnified against claims about bad pensions advice that they may or may not have been providing in recent weeks. But my more serious point, to be useful, is to say, look, judge the government on what it's done. I know it's hard to look backwards, but judge on what we've actually done, which is you look back to the budget last autumn. That's where you can start to see what the government has done, which is to make some difficult choices, but make some fair choices, whether it was on inheritance tax or on capital gains tax or on non-doms or on private jets or on private schools. And then why are we doing those things? Because going back to what I said to you before, we've got to end the doom loop of this country. We have brought austerity to an end. The public needs to see waiting lists coming down. It is not a coincidence the waiting lists have been coming down month after month almost since there was a Labour government formed. It's because of the injection of resources that those tax choices have enabled, and those are the pro-growth choices. Okay, why are there security guards sitting outside every supermarket in Britain? Because austerity leaves you with no neighbourhood policing able to make sure that is a tax on almost every retailer in the country. Why are people not able to go to work often enough? Because their ill health is not being addressed adequately by a health service. That's a health tax being faced by every employer in this country. So we are going to turn around public services. I'm completely honest about that requiring some tough choices at the budget last year. You can see the choices and you can judge us on whether you think those are the right choices or not, and it's completely legitimate for some people that don't like or have to face some of the consequences of those tax choices to say to the government, I don't like that. And I have that, obviously I'll have that in my constituency, I'll have that around the country. And my job is to explain why I understand why they would rather not pay those taxes. It's completely legitimate. Would I say that in their same shoes? Quite possibly. But it's in the country's interest it happens. And I'm not apologetic about that. It's the pro-growth choice, to be honest with people about what's required to make that happen in the budget last year. We are going to turn around public services. We're going to do that because it's the right thing to do. And we're going to do it because we've got to show people that tomorrow is going to be better than today.
Okay, well, Torsten Bell, thank you very much. I think we'll try and leave it on that optimistic note of the future.
Look forward to tomorrow, everyone. Thank you very much for your time.
Very much for your attendance today, and we have drinks through in the other room until 7:30. Okay, great, and thank you all for joining online. And I did try to ask your questions, but I didn't ask all the questions about the budget because I think we would just got the same answer. But thanks for joining online for those of you who did. Thank you all. Oh, one last thing, which is very important. I want to say thank you to Hannah and Rhiannon and Eleanor for doing all of the organisation today, and to the whole SMF team for putting everything together. So thank you to all of them, and thank you to all of our speakers, and thank you to you.